Having been advised by the town clerk that we have a quorum, thank you again for coming on time and being prompt. Two things I'd like to do just before we start. We'd like to run a test vote of all your devices. Now, our IT director, Mr. Mallett, put up on the screen a quick picture of what your device ought to look like tonight. So you can see the 1, 2, 3 button, but you'd also see in the LED display a little number. It says 41 on the screen, but yours ought to say 72. But we'll just do a double check and make sure everybody has the right channel, because if you're a different channel, your clicker won't talk to our voting software. So if everybody's ready, we will run a simple test. I think everybody's seated. Mr. Mallett, could you just run the test? We'll see how everybody's clicker does. Very good. So you can see we had the vote. Did anyone have a problem with their device? If so, we can see Mr. Mallett and get it taken care of. Nope, no problems? Yes. Pardon me? Oh, with the names? Oh, sure. Mr. Mallett, could you just show the names real quick just to make sure that displays as well? Okay, that's all the names. If everyone's good to go on voting, we'll proceed. I received a couple questions from members over the weekend about the concept of a point of order, and just thought I'd have a definition. It's in town meeting time. This question has come up before. It's worthwhile. It's one of the few things you can do in town meeting to interrupt a speaker. So it's only allowable for members, not citizens, but the format, as you say, Mr. Moderator or Ms. Moderator, I rise to on a point of order. There's three things that are permitted in town meeting time. One, is the speaker entitled to the floor? For example, is the person a non-voter or a voter who has overstayed the time allotted by law? And I get those periodically. Someone will call out time, and I track time, and I'll reply. Second, is what the speaker is saying or proposing indecorous, frivolous, irrelevant, illegal, or contrary to proper procedure? And then third, is any pending action, like a motion, frivolous, irrelevant, illegal, or contrary to proper procedure? And it's up to the moderator has to decide and reply to it, and then once it's decided, then the point is decided. But those are the three things. So valid speaker, valid language, valid action. You might think of it that way. Okay? With that, as you know, we left off at Article 31. I was contacted by a member in advance that asked if he could be recognized. Just to make a quick motion with that, the chair would like to recognize Mr. Furs. Mr. Furs, you're recognized. You want to re-poll for a double check? Yep, a double check on 2 people. Okay, I didn't realize we had anybody with trouble. Yep. Pardon me, Mr. Furs, we'll just check our devices again. All right, let's all vote again to see if those 2 people have been resolved. Anyone else have any trouble with their clicker, their voting device? I don't think we have to display it all, just the 2 people that had an issue.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Check those. We okay, Steve?
1, 2, check.
Yeah, she's good.
Hi.
Thank you. Steve, could you check the other one too while we're here? That's all good? Okay, Mr. Furs, we'll try again.
Good evening, Brian Furs, Precinct 10. I rise to make a motion that we move the question according to Town of Milton rules.
Thank you, Mr. Furs. This requires a second. I'll just describe according to our bylaws, it's not in the rules. Moving the question is, in Milton means that we limit debate to 5 minutes, and the speaker from this point forward only is allowed to speak once. Now, by the way, I've kept a list of everyone that's already spoken, and one of our other rules is you can't speak a second time until everybody who's wanted to speak a first time has had a chance. So the net effect is, if you've spoken once already, unless we have very few people, there probably aren't another opportunity to speak. This is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. And since it does close debate, I would like to use the electronic voting to capture it. So what you're going to do is, if you're in favor of this, we'll limit any speaker to just 5 minutes, and they get to speak once after everyone else has spoken. It requires 2/3 vote. Everyone understand? No. Okay, let's open the poll. The motion carries with a 2/3 vote of 175 yes and 53 noes and 0 abstains. With that, just so I have a sense of who wishes to speak tonight, could anyone that wishes to speak come down in front, and I'll try to alternate between members and citizens. I think last night we ended on a citizen, so go with a member. I guess Mr. Hart, I think you may be up front. You want to, and again, we'll watch the 5-minute rules. So thank you, Mr. Hart. And Karen, I think you have Mr. Hart's presentation.
No problem. It'll take 5 minutes to get it done. Yep. You can start it. No problem. Chris Hart, town meeting member, Precinct 5. Some of you might know me as Sarah Hart's husband. I am rising in support of this article, and I want to specifically address the 4 alarms that the chair of the warrant committee started with on Thursday, because I think these are all false alarms. And I think that they've all been already rebutted after his presentation on Thursday. But I think things could get lost over the weekend, and I didn't hear any, when I heard the opposition, I didn't hear anybody actually address the rebuttals. So I'd like to address them in turn. Next slide, please. You may have heard town council say these words: "We have been working with EEA for about 2 years, and certainly they're aware of everything that's been discussed tonight. We've turned over all the documents that we have to them to review." And these are incredibly important words the town council said, and everybody should remember them. Because what it means is that the town has been working in good faith with the agency that is going to make a determination for 2 years. They know everything that has been presented to this town meeting. They're aware of the documents. They're aware of the land parcels at issue. They even told us to put in more land, which is why we voted on the amendment last Thursday. They're aware of everything. Nothing has been hidden. And they're not going to be making a determination cold. Next slide. The first alarm was the other options and feasibility for other kinds of land. You've already heard, I'm going to fly through this real quick because I have 5 minutes. You've already heard that there have been other options studied. You'll hear more about that. But the point here is that that is EEA's determination to make. They, again, have this information. We've been talking to them for 2 years, and they're going to make the determination on whether we satisfy the statutory requirement. Next slide, please. The same with the fair market value. You heard a presentation Thursday of numbers that have nothing to do with any kind of appraisal, and there has been no fair market appraisal done because the monies will be spent for that if we approve this article. And EEA itself will do an ecological determination of the value of the land, ecological value of the land. But again, that is EEA's decision to make, and we have been in contact with them about this. Next slide. Just don't forget this. Next slide. The third alarm here, the third alarm was that the boards had, the Conservation Commission and the Parks Commission had to unanimously approve this swap. That's not true. That was according to a 1998 policy, next slide please, that no longer exists. This law was passed last year. There is nothing about board approval. There might be regulations that are promulgated next year that might say something about board approval. There is nothing in the law about board approval. That alarm does not exist. Next slide. Mr. Zulus, I think, already effectively discussed the question of intent, but I think I'll talk very briefly about contract law. So for those of you who are not lawyers here, first of all, I can thank your lucky stars, but also if you're thinking about, let's say, constitutional law, you're thinking sometimes about the intent of the framers. What did the founders really want? And you try to get into their brains, and you read what they read, what they wrote, and you think about the words that were used in 1789. That is not how contract law works. With contract law, you are looking at the 4 corners of the contract document and what it says. A deed is a contract. A deed is a contract. Next slide. Contracts rest on objectively expressed manifestations of intent and cannot be altered by subjective and unexpressed expectations. I think we're hearing a lot about unexpressed expectations. The principal guide to contract interpretation is, of course, the language of the contract itself. And when somebody is represented by counsel and has been negotiating a contract for a long period of time, I think we can safely say they are a sophisticated party. And a sophisticated and knowledgeable party chooses to embody its relationship in a simple written instrument and is entitled to and should be held to the contractual language it chose. The intent is in the contract. Next slide. That's true for the select board as well. The minutes of town meeting say that town meeting approves the Board of Selectmen to enter into a contract for land that will be put in conservation. That is exactly what happened. It does not say for how long. It does not say for how long. The Board of Selectmen also got the benefit of their bargain as a sophisticated party. And as Mr. Zulus already showed, next slide please, there is nothing in the contract, nothing, that says anything about time. And if it doesn't say anything about time, the statute controls, and the statute says it expires in 30 years. And everybody knew it.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Hart.
Perfect. All right, next slide, please. Each one of these are false alarms. Each one of these are false alarms. But the important thing here isn't just that they're false alarms. It's that town meeting, it is not town meeting's place to stand in the shoes of EEA. We are not EEA. We're not making EEA's determination. We're not making a court's determination. We're not making the legislature's determination. All we're doing is saying what we want as town meeting. Last slide, please. The only alarm here is school overcrowding. That's the thing that we have to resolve, and I urge you to vote yes.
Do we have a citizen down here that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am, you're recognized. If you could just say your name and address, ma'am.
Wendy Daly, 281 Reedsdale Road. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Wendy Daly. I am the Executive Director of Home Inc. and am very proud to be a longtime resident of Milton. Our Milton community is filled with caring, compassionate people who show respect towards all residents, both young and old. We have exceptional education for our school-age children, as well as services and support for our town's elderly. It is our moral responsibility to allow our town's elderly population to live with respect and dignity. Our town's elderly should be heard and supported. Home Inc.'s founding fathers felt the same way. Marvin Gordon, John Cronin, and Roger Foley all were champions of our town's elderly. These community members had the grit, determination, commitment, and passion to push through the politics and obstacles and successfully complete this unique community option for retired elderly residents of Milton. Home Inc. is a restful haven in a wooded, bucolic setting surrounded by nature, surrounded by conservation land. So here we are discussing this very important and much debated land swap article, and I actually feel unsettled. I have heard our elderly community residents referred to as grumpy neighbors, stubborn, difficult, and unreasonable. Our residents have been dismissed and mislabeled. This new school will be a mere 50 feet from our property line. This is going to impact our future. I was caught off guard when the chair of the school building committee during his town meeting presentation last Thursday night said that Home Inc. will get a 50-foot buffer. He continued to state that there was no buffer provided in last year's intended schematic plan. However, I was at the March 16th, 2022 meeting at Home Inc. with the chair of the school building committee, and trust me, we discussed a buffer. Site schematics were shown to us in the school building committee's overcrowding video. We spoke about a buffer. Subsequent meetings discussed buffers. Let's make no mistake, a buffer zone was discussed last year and stated that there will be one. We invited members of the school building committee to come and speak to our residents at Home Inc. on May 18th, 2022. They graciously accepted. I had our maintenance crew mark and stake out the 50-foot buffer at this proposed site. Prior to the start of this May 18th meeting, we had the chair of the school building committee meet us at the Mount Laurel Path area, the very neighborhood where 19 of our units will directly be affected with the school project. We showed Mr. O'Rourke our 50-foot buffer delineation. I remember this site meeting vividly. It was the first time Mr. O'Rourke and many of our residents had seen our staked-out buffer delineation. It was sobering how close the school building project was intended to come to our property and the units. Once again, we said on May 18th, 2022, a 50-foot buffer is not enough. So after the meeting at Home Inc. on May 15th, 2022, and after additional town committee meetings right before the scheduled town meeting last year, the land swap article was pulled for further evaluation. The school building committee said they pulled the article as they were listening to their neighbors, the abutters, Home Inc. If the school building committee was listening to the neighbors at Home Inc. and pulled the project for further study, why is it that the buffer zone is still 50 feet from the edge of our property? After delaying the project and studying the site and the proposal of moving Guile Road, the new school will still be 50 feet from Home Inc. The project is taking less of the conservation acreage, but not providing a larger buffer zone to Home Inc. We are not against a new school. We never have been. We are against this location. We always have been. In closing, I feel it is appropriate to honor John Cronin, former town administrator and founder of the Milton Conservation Commission; Marvin Gordon, former chairman of the town's Athletic Facilities Committee; Roger Foley, a resident, lawyer, and CPA. These three civic-minded Miltonians, not only Home Inc.'s founding fathers, they were leaders who played key roles in the development of the town of Milton. These three gentlemen believed in achieving and maintaining educational excellence. They understood the importance of the preservation of conservation land for our town and the need for affordable senior housing. Let Home Inc.'s voices be heard. This conservation parcel is not the right place for the school. Please don't jeopardize our retirement community. Please find another location. Please vote no on the land swap. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to recognize Mrs. Murphy. She waited patiently all Thursday night. Mrs. Murphy, you're recognized.
My name is Ann Murphy. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 9. My name is Ann Murphy, town meeting member from Precinct 9. My husband Joseph and I are lifelong Milton residents. I have been a town meeting member for 30 years. My husband has served for 43 years. Tonight, I will speak against the proposed land swap and plans to build another school on Guile Road. It is very, very difficult for me to stand here tonight before you and oppose anything to do with the schools. After teaching for 33 years, I retired as a Milton Pierce Middle School 7th grade math teacher. I know what it's like to teach a class of 28 or 29 students in a crowded classroom. My students are the children of many of you sitting in this audience tonight. In addition to my teaching, my husband Joe served 10 years on the last school building committee, Milton School Building Committee. This group coordinated the building and remodeling of Milton High School, Pierce Middle School, and Cunningham, Collicott, Glover, and Tucker Elementary Schools. Our children are graduates of the Milton Public Schools, and our grandchildren are currently 6th and 8th grade students at Pierce. We are advocates for the schools, learning, and education. We are for the schools, but we are against the land swap. To dispel some of the rumors that I've heard around town about Home Inc. being in favor of the land swap, Home Inc. is definitely opposed to the land swap and the taking of land by eminent domain. Home Inc. is a nonprofit organization. There are 98 units, and we are an over 62 community. We pay taxes to the town and are one of the highest taxpayers in Milton. We pave and maintain our streets. We plow our streets. I was told by a member of the school building committee that it would be very challenging to attract new residents to Home Inc. during the construction process, which could last 2 or more years. On Thursday night, a town meeting member commented that there was only one resident who would be affected by the land swap. That is not correct. All of our residents are affected if we are unable to occupy all the units. Everyone at Home Inc. will be impacted. We live at 20 Mount Laurel Path and have been residents of Home Inc. for the past 10 years. We and the neighbors in my building are the closest abutters to the proposed land swap. The conservation land is literally in our backyard. The schematic designs show 2 playgrounds very close to our property line. I would like to ask those of you who are retired or thinking of retirement, or for those of you who are younger, to think like your parents and your grandparents might think when it comes time to choosing the location of where they would like to spend their golden years after working so hard for so long. If you choose to live next to a playground, you would know in advance what you were getting. If you chose to retire next to a vacant parcel, you would know that something could be built there at any time. We did not choose that. We looked at several units at Home Inc. before we selected our current home. We chose it because of the conservation land that abuts us. We assumed that because it was conservation land, that it would always remain as conservation land and nothing would be built there. We would not have even considered that unit if it were next to vacant land which could have been developed for any use at any time. Since the weather was nice on Saturday after all the rain, we sat on our deck and were able to read a book in peace and quiet solitude. I think that if one chooses to take a nap outside on the deck, the lovely sound of the birds probably would not wake you.
You have about
However,
1 more minute, ma'am.
the sounds of balls being bounced and children yelling on a playground mere feet from your deck will probably wake you and maybe force you to go inside. We retired after working many years and we're looking forward to being able to always enjoy the tranquility and peacefulness of this property. The property was sold by the Lamb sisters and brought by the town to be conservation land. This property has been described by conservationists as pristine forest. To conserve is defined as to protect from being damaged or destroyed. A land swap is not conservation. Some of you might say the children have a right to have a playground. The children do have a right to have a playground. But what about the seniors at Home Inc.? Do we have any rights? What about our needs? Our rights to enjoy the peace and tranquility at our home are being taken away. The quality of our life will be affected. I'm asking you to vote no on the land swap in order to protect the 125 seniors living at Home Inc. and to preserve this valuable piece of Milton property for future generations.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Hiss? May I ask a question and get an answer, please?
Yes, please.
Okay. I think this question would be directed to Mr. O'Rourke. Suppose we vote tonight on the land swap. In that case, we will need to go to the legislature, maybe to the federal government, get the governor's approval, wait through litigation possibly, get a townwide ballot vote for funding, move the road, do traffic, water, and environmental studies, the design and bid process, which could take 3 years. And then, at that point, you would be able to build. So I'm asking you for the total time from a yes vote to the time that students are sitting in the seats of the new school.
Ma'am, I couldn't quite hear your question. Did you hear it? Mr. O'Rourke, could you answer? Thank you. Hey, Steve, up in the booth, can I have my speaker on louder down here? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Sean O'Rourke, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Chair of the School Building Committee. Thank you for the question. So this is similar to a question that was posed the other night. The question that was posed the other night was for the construction of a new school, and my response to that was similar to what I gave the Warren Committee when I did it, from shovels in the ground till we open the door, 2 to 3 years. But your question is better. It has the entire length of the entire project. I appreciate it. So with us right now, our anticipation is if this passes tonight, with the work we've been doing with EEA for the past 2 years, we're anticipating about a year turnaround for their approval, probably a little sooner. So our hope is to be back here, and again, I'm green lighting everything. We all know there are decision points along the way that this body will have to make. Just to give that kind of continuous timeline that you asked for, next May, we would assume that we would come to this body, ask for funding. After that, during that time that EEA is reviewing this for the next year, we're also taking the conceptual designs we have and furthering them. So with that, we typically are going to have a design schedule from next year, 2024, of about 18 months. So when we look at that from a May town meeting, that gets us into the end of 2025. Now, when we take that construction period along there of 2 to 3 years, and we'll carry the long end of it for 3 years, we're about 2028 before the school would open. And I hope that answers your question.
If there are any delays further or any litigation or anything, that would only prolong it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there a citizen that wishes to be recognized? Yes, Dr. Christensen.
Mr. Hess, my name is Cindy Christensen. I'm a registered voter residing at 59 Collimer Street.
You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you. There are 3 reasons why I'm convinced that the land swap is a poor choice for anyone who is pro-education and pro-fiscal responsibility. They're all related to lack of information and transparency. Bringing this article to a town meeting vote has not been a transparent process. I became interested in enrollment projections earlier this year during the select board campaigns when one candidate stated that the NESDEC projection estimates have not been accurate for the last 10 years. That's not true. As an example, as far back as 7 years ago in 2015, NESDEC predictions for the current school year enrollment substantially overpredicted what Milton's enrollment would be in 2022 by 140 students. In 2016, it overpredicted by 244 students, then by 199 students, 203 students, 288 students, and finally projected something closer to the 222 enrollment of 4,345 when it overpredicted by only 8 students in 2020 and 71 in 2021. We will not arrive at good decisions when the group with the most authority is being untruthful. Now I would like to give you another reason that this land swap for a new school has not been a transparent and information sharing process. In statistics, we use values called information and power to assess reliability and precision of quantitative estimates. However, the words information and power are similarly useful when making important decisions, like the one before the body tonight, when information is power. But the town meeting members do not have the information they need to make a good decision that is in the best interest of students and our taxpayers. What are they missing? To swap land, Massachusetts law requires an alternatives report. Although we have heard a list of alternatives that the school building committee considered, where is a report, even a draft one, the one that defends why so many of the options are not viable? Massachusetts law requires a stringent appraisal of the taken and the swapped properties. If it were not for Mr. Tom Palmer, many of us would not have known that this was a requirement. Massachusetts also requires an assessment of impacts to environmental justice areas. Has that been looked at? Without all of the information, how can town meeting make a well-informed decision on how they will vote for this article? They can't. And now for my third reason that this land swap has not been a transparent and information sharing process. I believe in doing my homework when it comes to something like this. I looked at most of the 2021 and 2022 school building committee meeting minutes in an attempt to find information and documents considered by the committee as they walked along to the conclusion to swap various town property for the Lamb acreage. In violation of open meeting law, the meeting minutes did not provide me with documents used during the meetings. So I made 2 public records requests to the school, but have received no response to my request.
Ma'am, you have about a minute left.
One is now 3 weeks overdue, and the other one is overdue by almost 2. Why? I am persistent, but even I cannot get information I want to help me assess this warrant article. So how can you? The town will not make the best decision for its children and its residents when some in authority have not been truthful, when the committee charged with the task has violated open meeting law, and when town government thumbs its nose when it comes to information sharing and fulfilling requests. Mr. Hiss, I ask that all town meeting members in my Precinct 7 and others who represent their precinct residents either vote against the land swap tonight or they move to postpone the vote until all of the information needing to make the best decision for Milton is made available.
Thank you, ma'am. With that, I think we'll go to a member. I think Mr. Tangi, you were waiting quite a bit on Thursday night. What's to be recognized? I'm trying to remember who I saw before and try to be fair, but I may miss some.
Hi, I'm Nick Tagney. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 3. I don't believe that the land swap is appropriate, and I urge everybody to vote no. I think that the first part is that, I don't think that the land that's been placed in conservation should be removed. I think that's a bad decision. The land, as we've heard from lots of people, that's being swapped out is not buildable anyway, so this aspect I don't think is particularly appropriate or fair, and I think the properties are negatively impacted by this. The second thing is, I think, as the Lamb sisters sold this property for conservation land, that seems to be pretty factually agreed to by everybody. I don't think that we should change the act contrary to their wishes, just like we honor the wishes of Nathaniel Kidder on Tuesday. I think we should honor the wishes of the Lamb sisters as well. I don't think that taking the land of conservation land is appropriate. The people at Home Inc. purchased their lands in good faith that the surrounding area is conservation land, providing a beautiful and quiet environment for their golden years. I don't think using a disputed legal loophole is appropriate. It doesn't seem fair. It seems immoral. And all the more so when you think about the residents in Home Inc. and that they're lifelong residents of Milton. Lastly, and I think the most important point from my point of view, is there's a ton of disputed facts, differences of opinion by a lot of really thoughtful people in town meeting. And I think when you're trying to sort through all of that, we're really at a disadvantage from an information perspective. And I really think the warrant committee has done the most research in an unbiased manner. I think most of the people that have come here before us across a lot of different points of view have come with their own perspectives. I think the warrant committee has done the most research from an unbiased perspective. And I think we should really respect the unbiased research that they've done and the conclusions that they reached. I'm not saying that this shouldn't come back in the future as more information is available to us all, but I think we should think about the unbiased research that the warrant committee's put into it and honor their recommendation, and I think we should vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there a citizen that wishes to speak? Yes, sir. You're not a town meeting member, is that right? Right, okay. If you could just state your name and address.
Jim Davis, 345 Center Street. Why are we only talking about a land swap? Oh. Why are we only talking about a land swap? Why is a land swap being given as our only option? Are there other viable options that are out there to solve the overcrowding issue now and for the long term? Okay, got that? No, whoa.
There we go. Thank you.
Why is it being done to set, okay, why are we only talking about the land swap? Why is a land swap being given as our only option? Are there other viable options out there to solve the overcrowding issue now and for the long term? What is being done to satisfy the needs by September 2023? September 2024? I don't know. But we know overcrowding is a big problem. I've heard temporary trailers can be brought in to alleviate that big problem. These trailers on wheels might last 5 years, and cost figures that have been thrown around are around $8 million. I don't know how many square feet that $8 million gets us. I think it would be better to bring modular units in that are permanent structures that do not have to be replaced. These units are being used all over New England to satisfy the exact issue Milton is facing right now. They can be constructed in 12 to 16 months from design phase to completion at a cost of $250 to $300 a square foot. This is less expensive than conventional building methods, which cost between $700 and $800 per square foot. This means that if we start now, they can be in place with students at the desks by fall 2024. They are not trailers on wheels like you would see at a large construction site. They are sitting just above grade on helical piers with the quality of construction you would have in your own house. They will last as long as any other structure. Individual heat and cool units, ADA compliant, stretch code compliant, and they can be repurposed if they are no longer needed. They can even be retrofitted into housing or resold to another user. They can be brought to the COA, DPW, Town Hall, or anywhere Milton has a need. With the trailers on wheels, after about 5 years, they're at the end of their life. Where are we going to put them? I'll leave that to those who know more than me about this. But I would suggest following the DRA study done back in 2018. Loosely referred to as the 2019 space study, it states that each school can be added onto, some schools having more room than others. If we were to place modular units at some of the schools and expand the cafeterias in these schools, we would solve the overcrowding problems either at that school or throughout the school system. A rough number to expand the cafeteria at Pierce, for example, is about $1,000 a square foot, about $5 million. 22 modular classrooms at Pierce times 900 square feet per classroom is about 19,800 square feet needed, times $300 a square foot is $6 million. Plus the $5 million to expand the cafeteria is $11 million, rounded up to 12 just because. $12 million to take care of Pierce's overcrowding. Could you do the same thing at Glover? Could you do the same thing at Collycott? And as an added bonus, our temporary solution just became permanent. We now need less space in our new school building that we do not have to build because the space study shows that a great location to build a pre-K is right at the high school behind the gym. This can also be done with modular construction, saving at least 30% over conventional construction, and it can be done a lot quicker. Just to be clear, I am in support of great schools for Milton. I am not for pushing through a land swap when other options are possible, and there are other options besides this swap. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, on citizens, I think, Mr. Whiteside, you were in front, and are there any other citizens here other than Mr. Collins that wish to speak? Mr. Jackson, you will later. Okay, I'll get to you. Okay. Mr. Whiteside, you recognized?
I don't hear these speakers producing much sound, but maybe that's just me. In any event, Alexander Whiteside, town meeting member, Precinct 9. There are issues of honor and trust involved in the proposal to remove the land property from its intended use as conservation and parkland. The town must decide whether it is honor-bound to continue to hold the land as intended, and so justify the trust which the Lamb sisters had in the town. Opposed to these considerations of honor and trust is the town's need to address critical needs of the town's student population. The town's schools are currently overcrowded, and the overcrowding is projected to continue unless and until additional classroom space becomes available. In order to address future overcrowding, the proponents of the current article say that a new school is needed and that the only practical location for the school is the Lamb property. They estimate that if all goes well in securing prompt approval from the legislature, and with no challenge in court proceedings, and with voter approval of bonding in an amount possibly in excess of $100 million, a new school could be available 7 or 8 years from now and would solve projected overcrowding at that time. Assuming that the projections of continued overcrowding are reliable, I have no doubt that a new school would serve a future need. However, I have a concern for the present. Overcrowding currently exists, and there is a critical need for new space now. I had hoped that on the warrant for this town meeting, there would be proposals for construction, whether for the purchase of prefabricated classrooms, construction of additions to existing schools, or possibly constructions or one or more freestanding classroom buildings. However, insofar as I know, there are no specific plans to implement such measures to address the current overcrowding. It seems that the thinking is that taking such measures would divert attention from the effort to build a new school. I believe that the failure to better address the needs of existing students impermissibly shortchanges those students. There needs to be much more attention paid to their current needs. The idea of a new school, which might or might not get built sometime in the future, should not continue to divert attention from the immediate needs for more classroom space. I believe that a more balanced, practical approach to the overcrowding issue is needed. If there is to be a new school, its site should not be subject to bitter debate. Consensus on an acceptable site will significantly improve the chances for a successful process. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Is there a citizen, Mr. Jackson?
Can you hear me? I guess so. Peter Jackson, Precinct 2, 14 Capon Street. I'd like to comment this evening on a couple of the many disagreements I have with the School Building Committee's presentation, both misleading and spin. I was intrigued to hear Tom Palmer's presentation on Thursday about the monetary value of the various parcels, both for the school and the proposed as compensation. Of course, we all know that Mr. Palmer's values are subjective, and the real valuations will come from a qualified, independent appraiser. But it's interesting that the town must pay the difference. By law, it must be 110% of the fair market value. These funds go into the town's community preservation fund to be used exclusively for the preservation of open space. Being on the Community Preservation Committee, I would be delighted to see an infusion of funds into our program. First, I want to express my respect for the hard work and dedication of the School Building Committee. They've met several times a year for over 4 years to try to find a solution to school overcrowding. Especially Sean O'Rourke, who's been out front so much this past year, I'm surprised he still holds a regular job. However, I noted in Mr. O'Rourke's presentation that the community outreach began after the Guile Road site was selected, and the scheme for land exchange was in place. This confirms my point that the site selection process was opaque, totally completed in closed executive sessions in violation of the Massachusetts open meeting law without an opportunity for public input.
I paused the clock for you, Mr. Jackson. So.
Thank you. I think I'm going to need my whole time. The Massachusetts open meeting law has 10 reasons that a group can go into executive session. One of them deals with real estate. And it says to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. None of these were the topics of these executive sessions. Generally, a public body must identify the specific piece of property that it plans to discuss. An executive session may only be held where an open meeting may have a detrimental impact on the body's negotiating position with a third party. None of these were the case in these executive sessions. The school building committee held at least 7 and perhaps as many as 10 executive sessions from January 2020 through May 2024. Virtually all the site selection discussions and decisions were made during these sessions. Next slide. All these sessions were in violation of open meeting law because the content did not meet the criteria provided for in the law. How could discussing public land affect negotiating position? All these sessions should have been made public, and citizens should have an opportunity to ask questions and offer alternative suggestions. As an example, I'm showing an agenda and executive session meeting minutes from one of those sessions. And you see number 6, to consider purchase, exchange, lease of real property, and the property is 0 Randolph Avenue, which is the town landfill. Next slide, please. The notes from that meeting showed that there was discussion not only of Randolph Avenue, but also St. Mary's, Kelly Fields, Center Street and Brook Road, St. Pius, and Guile Road, all in violation of their posting and of the open meeting law. A formal complaint was filed with the Attorney General's office on November 4th, 2022, but this has not yet been reviewed by the AG's office.
You have about a minute left, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, my God. I think I'm going to have to go through things pretty fast here. The second major thing I want to talk about is the myth of 75 acres being protected as conservation land. Can you move forward 2 more? This is when we first learned about the proposal on August 6, 2021. Okay, now the myth of 75 acres. You put the next slide up, please. This number has been cooked up as to sell it to the town meeting, but has no relation to the legally required compensation for Article 97 land. Several parcels are already held for conservation, including Pope's Pond, Highland Park, the Highland Canton parcel, and Randolph Avenue Lot 6, which is already under the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. That's over 50 acres that cannot be used in the replacement.
Mr. Jackson, if you could work to wrap it up, we're at the 5 minutes, please.
A minute?
How about 30 seconds if you just
Okay.
could just conclude.
The town's claim of close coordination with EOEA is very exaggerated. I filed 2 public readings requests. I've received information, but there was really little coordination. There was a field meeting about a month ago, and we don't know too much about what was discussed at that part. I know many of you rightfully want to address school crowding as quickly as possible. Contrary to what the school building committee says, the most expeditious way to provide new school space is to avoid the long years of legal and regulatory morass that the current proposal requires. The town should buy land on the open market or find a solution on the existing campuses, such as building on structure over the existing parking lots at the high school and middle school.
If we could wrap up, Mr. Jackson, please.
Please vote no on the conversion proposal.
Thank you, sir. I think, Ms. Hodlin, you were up early on Thursday. I recognize you, ma'am. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to do this from memory to see who got down early on Thursday.
I'm Christine Hodlin, town member, Precinct 2. First, I want to thank the Warrant Committee for all their work and deliberations. I served on the Warrant Committee, and it is not an easy process. It takes a lot of time, thoughtful consideration, and respect for those whose opinions that we disagree with. You need to review all the information available. You need to meet with all the players involved, visit the sites, and try whenever possible to come to a consensus recommendation. The warrant committee deliberations and votes are all public information and available for anyone to see on the Milton Access TV site. We all heard that the warrant committee voted for this article last year prior to the tuning done by the school building committee to make it more amenable to the neighbors and the conservationists. This year, the select board, the parks department, and the Concom voted for it. The warrant committee voted against it. Mr. Humphreys made it a point in his presentation to share that the Concom vote was not unanimous and we should be concerned about why. Their vote was 5-4 and 1 against. I would like to point out that the warrant committee vote was also not unanimous. The vote was 7-4 and 6 against. That is not close to a consensus, and I find that even more concerning. Town meeting way more often than not sides with the warrant committee's recommendation, but on this article, this is not a hearty endorsement by this committee. We have heard from the select board and town council that there are no legal issues. We're following the procedure set out in the agreement with the Lamb sisters. The school building committee did their due diligence for years looking for other options, and our children need more room to learn. Our vote will allow this option to move to a next step at the state level. I am voting for this article, and I also encourage all of you to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other citizens I've missed other than Mr. Collins? Any other citizens? Okay, I'll just start at the front. Now, if we're just at town meeting members, what I'd ask, since many of you are experienced, if you have new points to offer, new information, because there's, I think, 22 of you here tonight, 5 minutes each, 100 minutes, an hour and a half. So in the interest of time, if you have new information you want to share, please speak up. If you think it's just another endorsement, you might consider deferring. But just my request. Yes, ma'am? You're a citizen, ma'am? Sorry, I missed you before then. Yes, you're recognized, ma'am. If you could state your name and address.
My name is Del Staunton. I live at 34 Azalea Drive. I'm a Precinct 9 member. I just have a couple of questions to ask all of the town meeting members who are going to vote tonight. We all are here tonight with lots and lots of information about the needs of the school and the reason for building a school. But I ask you, how many of you can sit there tonight and honestly say you have been to the site, you have walked the area that would be impacted so greatly by this construction? How many of you have walked through Home Incorporated to see why we treasure the beautiful community? How many of you can honestly say that you would be okay with a school building 50 feet from your patio? How many of you could say that you would be okay with a construction site 50 feet from your home for the next 3, 4, maybe longer years? You have only to go by the firehouse to see what a construction site is like, and the school's construction site would be huge in comparison. Can you honestly say you would not mind more years and longer construction going on in your backyard? And can you say that you would be okay with more water issues in your home when Gile Road is reconfigured? If you cannot honestly answer these questions, I suggest that you postpone your vote until you have walked the site, talked to the people, and look at what impact this will have on the area where the school is planned. Thank you. I ask for a no vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Right, with that, I'll just start with Mr. Fahey, and I'll just go back and forth. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean Fahey, Precinct 9, also a member of the Planning Board. First, I'd like to thank the Warrant Committee for all the work they do, their time, their effort, their commitment, and what they do for the entire town of Milton. I appreciate it. I know the members here appreciate it too, so thank you. I'd also like to thank Sean and the School Building Committee for all their time, effort, and commitment. And I'd also like to thank Sean. He gave me 2 hours on Saturday and gave me a chance to ask questions, listen to his points of view. And yes, I did buy the coffee, but Sean will get the next one, right? Yeah. So one thing I think we all acknowledge, and I stand today and I rise in support of the students, and I'd like to explain my point of view. We all acknowledge that the students will learn better in environments that allow them to learn best, which is environments that are not overcrowding. We all want expediency in solving the current situation. My concern is that the proposal is not the most expedient solution, and due to the risks involved, could be a very bad decision. And I'd like you to allow me to make my points, and I'll move these along quickly, Mr. Moderator. We need a solution that has a much higher degree of a predictable outcome. What may go wrong with this? So I have 7 points for your consideration. The Warrant Committee is guiding us that a no vote is the correct vote for the town because of the challenges within the Article 97 transfer of land. The School Building Committee says that they've conferred with the state and they believe that their position is right. So you have two bodies, this group, which I absolutely believe have also conferred with the state, that have one point of view. The School Building Committee has a second point of view. Keep that in mind. To me, there is no predictable outcome when two bodies that have both done their own research are not in agreement. Second, Home Inc. They feel this is not in consideration with the original intention for the use of the land. I would expect that Home Inc. is going to challenge this every step of the way and create legal challenges as they can. My third point, state agencies are all being impacted by new leadership, every one of them. New leadership in the state, agencies are asked to revisit guidelines. So we're expecting that we're going to submit to the state and the state is going to process our application quickly. I don't believe they will. I believe they will wait for their guidelines to be updated, potentially even return it back to the town for further consideration. 4, the timeline. Thanks, Sean, for the outline on the timeline. Sean and I discussed this on Saturday. I see the best case scenario as 5 years. Best case. And it's probably more likely 6 to 7 years. That's not expedient. It's so long that I believe most members, even the members that are here tonight that support this article, will want another solution. No one here is going to want to wait 5 years, 6 years, or 7 years to solve this problem. Cost. The project, as I see it, I do lead a construction management firm. I've been in the business for 37 years. I deal with these issues all the time. It's what I do. This project is a $100 million project. $85 million, Sean and I will agree on, 110,000 square feet, $600 for building construction, 30% for soft cost, so that's $780 a square foot times 110,000 square feet, gets you to $85 million. Keep in mind, we're 3 years out to a construction start. Add 6% inflation for every year. 85 becomes 102 million.
You got about a minute left, Mr. Fahey.
Thank you. Here's what I recommend. Develop a solution that we can control. This is not one that we can control. The state controls this, Home Inc. controls this. There are too many parts of this that are outside of our control. Develop one that we can control. Number 2, eliminate any solution that has significant identifiable conflict. Solving problems should be collaborative. 3, present a specific school facilities program with a specific timeline and a specific order of magnitude cost. Explain why we need 110,000 square feet. If we don't need 110,000 square feet, we don't need 6 acres of land. If we don't need 6 acres of land, there are many sites in this town that could be considered. The 110,000 square feet is critically important.
If you could wrap up, sir.
I will. Be informative so that all residents have an opportunity to understand the program, timeline, and cost, and then present an article for the town meeting to consider and very likely approve. I support the warrant committee position to vote no, and I urge the members of town meeting to vote no and support solving the problem in an expedient manner within our control for our students. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
Jenny Robertson, new town meeting member, Precinct 7. I'd like to share some personal perspectives of what this decision means to me, but more specifically to my young children. I have 2 little girls. Lily is a kindergartner at Collycott, and she's on a 504 plan, which means she receives some accommodations and supports at school. And June, a preschooler at Cunningham, who's on an IEP and receives services like PT, OT, and speech. Both of my girls are smart, hardworking, kind, funny, and creative. And they're also part of the 20% of kids who require services and supports in our district. Recently, and particularly around lead up to the elections, I've heard a lot about closing achievement gaps and up-leveling special education. What we really need to be looking at is closing opportunity gaps for all of our learners, so our kids can all be the amazingly unique beings that they're each meant to be. When I think about one of the biggest hopes for my kids' public school education, it's inclusion, and I love inclusion, if you can see from my t-shirt. On a side note, I'd be curious to explore how modular units affect inclusion. But moving forward, to paint a quick picture, successful inclusive classrooms embrace diverse learning profiles, strengths, and needs while maintaining high expectations. They provide invaluable opportunities academically and socially for both typical learners and neurodiverse and/or disabled kids. This type of teaching style creates a growth mindset for all students and ultimately prepares all of our children to be good and kind humans and to live, learn, and work in our diverse society. But how do we effectively do all that? And you may be asking, what does this have to do with the land swap? In short, we need more space for smaller class sizes, and to make that happen, we need a new school as soon as possible. When the question is asked, what and where are the short-term plans, I have to note I find it to be almost insulting to our current educators who are working under such strained conditions. This question has come up multiple times, and it's been answered many times. But as a reminder, and a couple of my fellow town meeting members mentioned this last week, the short-term plans are happening now. That looks like classes in libraries and gyms and teachers' lounges, specialist teaching from mobile carts, and elementary classes with 27 plus kids. While years ago, classes of 30 plus may have been acceptable, we know a lot more now about how effective it is to teach to individual learning profiles, which allows our kids to feel seen and heard for who they are. It's my opinion that education and our kids, none of this should be political. Our youngest citizens who cannot come here to advocate for themselves deserve the right to learn in the best environment possible. This should not be a privilege. I have one follow-up question for the school building committee, particularly in light of Ms. Christensen's question about the enrollment projections. As a pre-K parent, I can anecdotally tell you that the pre-K has been oversubscribed for the past few years, and the need for special education services has increased exponentially. But beyond pre-K, I wonder, is this an anomaly? Wondering if someone, Sean, or someone from the school building committee could give us the clear facts on what the current projected school enrollment looks like.
Thank you. Mr. O'Rourke, is that clear?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sean O'Rourke, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 8, Chair of the School Building Committee. you know, the school building committee has been studying the NESDEC projections essentially since we started. You know, for us, the devil is in that data. You know what I mean? That was the basis for everything that we started with. So essentially what we were doing was, you know, we have data going back to the previous school building project in 2008. Those projections in 2008 were telling us what they thought that the enrollment would be today. As we looked through those, we started seeing that the long-term enrollment projections were off. They were lower. Ms. Moderator, I do have a slide if you'll allow me to present.
Yes. Do you have the slide up?
I'll pull it up. Sorry, just need a second. Yep. Sorry about this. Just takes a second, sorry. Oh, good. Probably just stretch it over. It's a nice picture of Boston. I apologize. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that. So what happened was the NESDEC data, when we started looking at it, one of the key things we noticed at the pandemic, there was negative projections for the future enrollment. So what we did is we took that data and we said, when was the last time we had negative enrollment? It was back in 2011. So what we did is took that data in 2011, as you see in the bottom green dots and graph that's there, and we plotted it against what the actual enrollment was. And we did that to basically look at when NESDEC does these negative projections, you know, what were the impacts of them. So when we plotted against, you know, the 2019, which had the negative projections, we saw the next, I mean, it was an anomaly from COVID. NESDEC utilizes some type of algorithm and takes into account certain factors, and as enrollment decreased, they projected it out there. A couple of things, if you read NESDEC's projections, there are two key things that are in there. One, they don't account for unpermitted construction. So some of that unpermitted construction that we know is coming is not accounted for in that data. Two, when you look at their assumptions and exclusions, they specifically call out that their short-term projections are accurate within 4 years, but their long-term projections are inaccurate. They state it right in the document. Mr. Moderator, I also ask, could you recognize Glenn Pavlicek just to discuss a little bit further?
Can we be brief?
Very, very brief.
Mr. Pavlicek? Are we getting at your answer, ma'am?
Yeah, Glenn Pavlicek, Precinct 10, Assistant Superintendent for Business. I can be very brief because Jean has said pretty much exactly what I was going to say. I've worked with NESDEC for 10 years. They don't take into account unpermitted construction. In fact, before, when I started working with them, they didn't even take into account permanent and built construction. So they do things like they assume no increase in growth rate because they're five years from now, they have no idea how many children are going to be born. So they just say, all right, the same as the year before, and do that. They don't account for move-ins. When they first started, they would say, oh, we project that 93% of children born this year will attend kindergarten in 5 years. Well, we found out it was more like 108% of children who were born this year showed up in kindergarten in 5 years. And we tried to get them to change their methodology. They've also had a change in leadership there. We found that they do underestimate enrollment. I will say, in response to the earlier speaker, yes, they missed COVID really badly. And so that data was very much anomalous. But in times when we have more standard data, they do tend to underrepresent for a variety of reasons.
Thank you. Question answered? Very good. Thank you, ma'am. And when you're done speaking, if you could return back, and that way I'll know who's next. I think ma'am in the black jacket, I think it's Ms. White-Orlando, if I recognize.
Thank you very much. My name is Judy White Orlando. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 9. 20 years ago, the town of Milton embarked on a journey to rebuild and replace all of its old school buildings. I was proud to serve as co-chair of this committee. Our motto was, our town, our schools, our future. Hundreds of town officials, parents, and residents joined in this effort. But not everybody was in support. Hundreds of meetings, revisions, changes were made to these schools. Compromises were made along the way. Buffered trees, bushes, and berms were added to Gulliver Street, where homes now sell for $1 million. A dead end was added to Cunningham McKinnon Street to stop cut-through traffic. I think that's one of my favorites. New trees and landscaping with grass was added at all of our schools, and Pierce Middle School and Milton High School locations were swapped. Compromises and changes have been made to improve this building project before us tonight. Already, the school building committee has moved the proposed school more than 300 feet away from the nearest homing condo. Dumpsters, loading docks, and parent drop-off have been relocated to minimize the impact to Home Inc. We built these schools and they came. We are now educating an additional 550 students in these buildings. When an empty nester like me sells their home, you can be sure a family with children will be moving in. Isn't that a healthy sign for our town? That is why I am on the wait list for Home Inc. I am a grandmother now whose children will attend the Milton schools. A yes vote tonight allows us to continue the process with the state and legislature, as we have done on many issues in this town. We all gain by doing the right thing for our town. Remember, our town, our schools, our future. Please vote yes on our future tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to ask a question.
Please.
There was talk the other night about valuation of different properties, and I wanted to know, what is the assessed value of this homing property, the 7.5 acres, which has been reduced to 2.5, and the other conservation land? Thank you.
To get that answer, Mr. Rourke?
All right, Sean O'Rourke, town meeting member, precinct 8, and chair of the school building committee. As we saw in the presentation the other night from the previous speaker, they mentioned utilizing the municipal mapper system that the town of Milton has on their website. As you see here, this is the image that was provided the other night. The key thing to note was the parcel that was being identified on Gow Road wasn't representative of what we're proposing. The proposal, what we're showing, or what will be evaluated when we do the appraisals, is shown here in yellow. So when you overlay those two parcels that we're going to be merging, they're going to be evaluated independently, shown here in red. The key thing to note, they're landlocked. The road that exists there, that's Guile Road, is technically not a public way. It is a driveway. It is not a public way. So each of those parcels do not line up on a public way. So if you were to purchase those properties, you will have to get an easement. So when you utilize the municipal mapper, it gives you what just popped up on the left-hand side here, essentially metrics, data for all the parcels that you have to look at, including valuation. So When you take the valuation or the current values of all these parcels, put them in a spreadsheet. Pretty easy. These are not my numbers. These are publicly available numbers on the town's website. So when we do it out, let's walk through it pretty quickly. The conservation parcel on Gow Road is equated out to about $210,000. That's not devaluing it, that it's landlocked. It's the current value. The current value of the active recreation or the parks parcel is about $500,000. Combined together, they're about $720,000. Now, when you take the other parcels that are going into Article 97, those parcels, as you see there, equate out to a total of $3.3 million. I won't bore us with the details of walking through each. The key thing to note, the parcels on Randolph Ave, the parcels of Pope's Pond, the dollars per acre are much less, $25,000, $21,000. It plays into exactly what the previous presenter talked about, but not as swayed as what those were provided. So, you know, for us, this is kind of an initial, non-biased valuation of the lands. We will be doing additional evaluations. We'll be hiring appraisers to do this. But for now, I wanted to provide this information because I think it's very relevant prior to the presentation provided the other night. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Hi, Elaine Benson, Precinct 7. As has been previously stated, Amy and Rosamond Lamb sold this land to the town as part of a larger sale on December 14th, 1978. In the deed signed by the Lamb sisters, there was a requirement that the land be controlled by the Conservation Commission, along with restrictions on the use of the land. However, there is no time period for those restrictions, not 50 years, not 100 years, and not in perpetuity or forever. The law states that without a time period on the deed, those restrictions last for 30 years, thus ending in December of 2008. Former speakers have mentioned moral obligations to keep the land in conservation, that was the initial intent of the Lamb sisters. Due to the lack of a time period in the deed, one could conclude that it was the Lamb sisters' intent to not restrict future uses such as these that we are exploring today. And as a former TMM said, legally, the intent is in the contract. I was curious about the Lamb sisters' history and education and spent some time in the Massachusetts Historical Society where there are actually 26 boxes of Lamb family papers, many dating back to the 1800s. You can actually touch them if anyone wants to go. And I also researched online. Amy and Rosamond Lamb's mother, Annie Roch, along with her siblings, created the Roch Traveling Scholarship in 1883. This scholarship that still exists today enables young American architects to travel and study art and architecture abroad. Members of the Roch family continued playing an active role in the organization for more than 100 years until the deaths of descendants Amy Lamb and her sister Rosamond. The Lamb family valued education. Amy and Rosamond Lamb's uncle, Abbott Lawrence Roch, founded the Blue Hills Meteorological Observatory. Abbott, an MIT graduate, was appointed as the first professor of meteorology at Harvard, of which he willed an endowment to take over the observatory. Today, the Blue Hill Meteorological Observatory has a vision of a world where the health and well-being of all people on the planet are protected and promoted through Earth system science research, education, and outreach. The Lamb family valued education. Amy and Rosamond Lamb's aunt, Rose Lamb, was a portrait painter and drawing instructor at the South Boston School of Art. Amy Lamb herself was a graduate of the Windsor School and the School of Fine Arts in Boston. Amy donated letters between her Aunt Rose and American novelist and poet Sarah Orne Jewett to the library at Harvard University to benefit scholars and faculty. The Lamb family valued education. T.S. Eliot, poet, literary critic, publisher, Nobel Prize recipient, Milton Academy graduate, was a close friend and cousin of Amy and Rosamond Lamb. Amy and Rosamond bequeathed part of their family archive, including many letters that they and their mother had received from T.S. Eliot to the Boston Athenaeum, a library, museum, and cultural center supporting literacy and education and promoting lifelong learning. The Lamb family valued education. And lastly, the Amy Lamb Trust has supported the Permanent Fund for Boston every year since 1980. The fund benefits the Boston Foundation, which supports several crucial activities, the first of which is education. The Lamb family valued education. Our schools are in a dire state. as previous speakers have mentioned, and I can attest based on my own children's experience, children are being taught out of gyms, libraries, what were art rooms, hallways, storage closets, and in class sizes that studies show can negatively impact student outcomes in every measurable way. Getting to this vote took years of research, deliberation, compromise, discussion, community outreach, and so much more. Nobody in this room, in this town, wants to cut down trees. But even Abbott Roch, uncle to the Lamb sisters, saw the value in using land to build a facility that would provide educational resources to the community. I'd like to believe if the Lamb sisters were to stand before us today with an understanding of how using a small portion of the land that they sold to Milton 45 years ago, that could be an impetus to a far better educational experience for the youth of Milton that they would enthusiastically support. And I ask that you vote yes on Article 31. Thank you.
Thank you. Terrific again.
Hi, everyone. Travis Gregory, Precinct 9. I have two kids at Cunningham, okay? Fourth grader, second grader, and I have a third entering kindergarten in September. We all know there is a clear overcrowding issues in the school. There are multiple examples of people have talked about, but I can share one personally is my daughter sits in the classroom that you saw on screen in the library. She is in the exact classroom that you saw, and what they've done is they've put up temporary walls and done the best they can, which I can commend, right? We have to do something. But it's not the optional or the optimal learning experience. And as of today, now there are actually 3 classrooms in that library. My daughter comes home, tells me at times when their concentration is hard, there are other classroom noises, and ongoing normal library operations. The impact of this is both the students within the temporary classrooms, but it's also limiting the function of the library itself by doing this. Removing so much of that space, I'm really concerned about her ability to learn and the other children's ability to learn at the level that we all expect. Both my kids have 25 plus kids in the classroom. How anything gets done in situations like that astound me. The teachers are doing great jobs. And I want more than anything for my kids to exceed academically and have the learning experience to be one where children excel. I'm just not sure how we can expect the teachers to achieve academic excellence with many kids in the classes and have classrooms in areas like the library. If we keep going at the pace we are now, it's only going to get worse. Classroom sizes are growing. With all the conversations I've had with folks about this, it's clear that everyone wants the best for our kids. If that is true, we must really ask ourselves, what will we do to make sure that happens? How much do we really value education? There's a viable option on the table to alleviate the overcrowding in the future. There will be short-term pain, but this makes the town better for the future. And isn't that what we all are here to do? Make the town of Milton better for future residents? I ran for town meeting for many reasons, and one of the biggest reasons was to help address this. Words mean a lot. We say a lot of things about education, and we must mean what we say. Action means more than words. Taking action tonight and voting yes on Article 31 is the next step.
Thank you, sir. Mr. White. By the way, folks, that was 2.5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Succinct, to the point. Well done.
Woo. Excellent. I'll try to do the same. Bill White, Precinct 6 town meeting member. A little bit of history that I want to bring to this discussion is my kids actually went through a similar process. It seems like 100 years ago, but it was maybe 20 years ago when we moved back into Milton in 2000. Our kids were little. They were being juggled around because of the work that was being done with the school construction project. It was not easy. It took some time. My kids jumped from I think, kindergarten at Collycott. One was a kindergarten in Cunningham. We actually moved them over to the 1909 wing during that period of time. It was not an easy process for us as a family. And I know, from particularly during COVID when we're all home, we get to see the kids in the neighborhood so much more. And it's not an easy process for those kids in talking to their parents. And a lot of them are talking to me about, what are we going to do here in Milton? Are we going to need to leave? Are we going to need to think about private school? And so when we think about costs, those folks are struggling with, do I have to save for private high school because these schools are so crowded? They love these schools, they love the teachers, they love this community, but this is a cost issue for parents as we go forward. I guess I just also would like to just say, when we were running at the end of the school construction project, we had to finish Cunningham and Collycott, and we formed another effort to move that over the finish line. And that was not easy. And there was a lot of pain, and there was a lot of questions that all of us had that we worked to address. We did make a lot of compromises. And so I guess I would just say to those that are, I know there's a lot of people in this room that feel really strongly one way or the other, but for those who are kind of thinking about, I sometimes are at town meeting and I get swayed back and forth, and I think that's the beauty of town meeting. I think, though, for those who are kind of in the middle and kind of moving around a little bit, I guess I would ask you to consider stepping forward, yes, tonight on this. This is a step forward in the process. This is, we're not actually voting on a new school. I think eventually, I think the hope here is that it comes back to town meeting here pretty hopefully next year, as Sean articulated, and that eventually, because this is such a big decision for the town, it will go to the voters of Milton to decide who may or may not move this thing forward. But I think it's our duty to let them have that opportunity. Let them have that vote. That's what our democracy is for. We're town meeting members representing them, but let's give the process an opportunity to move forward, and let's move to the vote. My only quick final question is, I noticed that Mr. Fahey and Mr. O'Rourke, the two Seans, were having a discussion about costs. I didn't follow it all. I did hear some talk from my neighbors that this thing is going to cost, $200 million, and I just wanted to know if you could just set the record straight, even though we do not have a design yet. I know that's the purpose of moving forward, but can you just talk a little bit more about costs and what you think the ballpark could be? Thank you.
Mr. O'Rourke.
All right. Sean O'Rourke, town meeting member, Precinct 8, chair of the school building committee. The only note I had on Mr. Fahey's presentation is I promised to buy you coffee if you voted yes. So, all right. So, as Mr. Fahey said, our anticipated cost of this project, and I've been quoting it as close as I can to this, I have not been hiding cost. So my cost, as I've been talking about this project, is roughly in the $80 million range. Leading up to tonight, we've been pulling further and further construction numbers so that we can present to you transparency. I think that's what everyone looks for. So the cost values I've been getting are recent construction numbers. They vary a little bit. Part of it is construction costs from the past 2 years are skewed. We're just coming out of a pandemic, and construction costs during that time were escalated. I think everyone can agree to that if everybody did a renovation at their house. On a larger scale, we're starting to see normalization of some of these costs. So right now, the costs that I've received from independent consultants, Hill International, that's our OPM on the animal building shelter, and PMA consultants, they range from this: Braintree Middle School, $459 a square foot; Concord Middle School, $595 a square foot, a bit higher because they have to demo an existing building and build fields. Millbury, $522 a square foot, and then Hingham, $700 a square foot. So the numbers that we were looking at, as I talked to Ms. Fahey and we kind of walked through it, my take on it is I think we're going to be at roughly $615 a square foot at this time, which is on the higher end of those numbers I just quoted. At 110,000 square feet, which is currently our program. The program size, just to address Ms. Fahey's previous comment, is dictated by the enrollment size. So what happens is when you work with MSBA, which is the Mass School Building Authority, they provide a spreadsheet to you. They tell you, they actually dictate what your enrollment will be based on the numbers that you provide in your statement of interest. The numbers that we're looking at is approximately 700 students for the middle school, and I think about 140 for the preschool. So based on those numbers, when you plug those into the spreadsheet, it comes out to about 110,000 square feet. That's what our architect's based on. So when you take $110,000, 110,000 square feet, times 615 square feet, you're roughly at $67 million. Now, on top of there are architectural, engineering, and fees associated with that, which we're assuming at 12%. Typically for MSBA, they're about 15%. The work the school building committee has done up till this point is giving us a head start and allowing us to reduce those costs. Namely, we have an educational program already set up. We know it's going to be a middle school. We have a site, hopefully, after tonight, and those two things are kind of the key things. Typically, when you start with MSBA or an architect, you start from ground zero. You're a community with an overcrowding problem, and you don't know where to build it or what to do, and you bring in these architects. All the work the school building committee has done up till tonight is all that work we're saving the architect now. We want to turn over a project to them and let them hit the ground running. So the other components that add up to roughly the 85 million are construction contingency, roughly 8%, owner's contingency, about 2.5%, and then fixtures, FF&E, fixtures and equipment, about $2 million. When you add all those up, you're about $85 million. The escalation costs that the previous speaker talked about are real. And the longer you push this project off, the more expensive it's going to be. Now, one of the things you'll notice in those numbers that are there, there's no land acquisition cost. So if the town decides to vote this down and we go after additional land, add on to that cost additional costs to find land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, at the end.
My name is Scott McKay, and I'm a Precinct 2 town meeting member. I've heard a lot of folks say that we're not opposed to a school just at that location. And a few years back, in my capacity as the park commissioner, I had the opportunity to review all town-owned land for possible siting of a teen center or a community center. The then town planner, Bill Clark, gave me a list of the 106 town-owned parcels of land. So I took that list and I sorted it. And we've been given the magic number of 7 acres. I was a little bit more conservative and I said 5 acres. I used 5 acres. And out of that 106 pieces of property, it yields only 24. What is on those 24 acres or parcels of land? 3 are for the cemetery, 4 are for land with existing schools, 4 have town parks or sports fields on them, 3 have municipal buildings, town hall, police headquarters, the DPW yard, and 4 are conservation parcels under Article 97, including town forest, the land property, the parks land on Guile Road, and Randolph Avenue. There's 6 other parcels that are wetlands, or like the old town dump, have soil issues. So, out of those 24 properties, 2 town-owned properties. That's it. We have 0 Randolph Avenue, and what is up for discussion tonight, the land property or the park's own land on Guile Road. Weighing those 2 locations for accessibility, student safety, cost, and the overall environmental impact, I can see why Guile Road was chosen from those 2 as the preferable location. I took it a step further and I took a look at privately owned land. There are thousands of parcels in Milton, and of course that's what everybody's question is can we use one of those parcels? Out of that, I identified only 20 non-town owned parcels large enough to build a school. Just 20. And I'll read you a list of some of the owners of those properties to narrow that even further. We have the Eustis Estate, Copeland Properties, Mass Department of Conservation and Recreation, Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Wollaston Country Club, the Walcott Woods Development, Fuller Village, Curry College, Milton Academy, Cunningham Park, Hutchinson Field, St. Pius Church, St. Mary's of the Hills, and Thayer Nursery. Take those off the table. I know that the school building committee has done extensive research with those folks, and it's yielded nothing. That leaves 6 parcels of land in the town of Milton, big enough for a school. 2 are owned by organizations, and 4 are privately owned, some of those by people in this very room. They're located on Hillside Street, Highland Ave, Blue Hill Ave, Brush Hill Road, and Adams Street. And none of those are willing to sell any property to the town of Milton for a school. Well, why don't we just take those through eminent domain? And my answer is simple: time and money, neither of which we have. Mr. Fahey and Mr. O'Rourke have said this current plan is a 7-year process. If we were to take any of those properties by eminent domain, we're looking at a years-long legal process, and we would still have to pay market value.
You got about a minute left, Mr. McKay.
Mr. Fahey says we're talking $5, $10, $15 million in excess of what the cost is expected. Article 33 tonight allocates $275,000 that can be used to further the study of this property, the land property, or it can be used to research other properties. I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer money to step forward and take that $275,000 and pay a realtor to tell us what we already know. There are no other parcels of land in Milton for the school. I support this article. Let's get this built. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holland.
Brian O'Halloran, town meeting member, Precinct 3. Mr. Moderator, I had some questions I wanted to ask some members of school committee. Is that fine with you?
Yes, please.
Just clarification. Has anyone in the town administration ever applied for state or federal funds to address the current overcrowding? And if so, how many times? So first question.
Yeah, if you can get closer to the mic. But I
Sure.
heard you, right. Federal funds applied to overcrowding, yes.
Second question is, what has been the response from these state and federal agencies to these applications? And if denied, what were the specific reasons for the denial? And finally, did any of these applications include requests for additional funding for modular classrooms?
Those are 3
the questions I have.
I caught 2 of those, so hopefully, Mr. O'Rourke, did you catch those? Pardon me.
Thank you. Sean O'Rourke, town meeting member, Precinct 8, chair of the school building committee. The first question you had in regards to state and federal funding, we've just submitted our statement of interest to the Mass School Building Authority for the 4th time. One of the main deciding factors are how they weigh all the statements of interest that they have. There are multiple check boxes that you go down, and overcrowding is one of them, and it's one of their highest priorities. Our initial submittal to them our first year, we actually made it through the first cut. So what happens is with them, they weigh their priorities that they look at. I don't know how they make their decision. They didn't take us that first year, but we did make it through the first cut. Since then, we have been submitting. Our anticipation is we just submitted and updated our numbers, and our hope is to have the funding for that next year.
So were there denials to the applications, and if so, what were the specific reasons?
I'm not sure the specific reasons. They just basically tell you you're not selected. What happens is they have a limited amount of funding that they're allowed to give out, and what they do is they have multiple statements of interest from different towns throughout the state. Each of them, they weigh each of them that they receive, and then look at the funding that they have and make their decision on that. How it's made, I do not know.
And finally, were any of the requests for modular classrooms?
So no, none of the requests were for modular classrooms. What happens is we have to submit to them a statement of interest saying we need to do something. And what happens is, once you're selected in there, there's a process by which they run through an alternatives analysis. They look at everything. So everything that's kind of been talked about, including modular classrooms, would be presented to them under that once we're accepted. The other component to keep in mind, the school committee has a facilities advisory subcommittee. Bill Ritchie, who's now retired. I don't know what we're going to do without him. But he, Bill last year had an option for modular classrooms. He had presented that to the facilities subcommittee for the school committee last fall. So the discussions of modular classrooms are out there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I think what I've heard here is that we've reached out to get funding from various agencies, and they've all been denied. The implication of that is, of course, that the burden of paying for this is going to fall on the taxpayers of Milton. And I'm here to support the recommendation of the warrant committee and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the blue shirt? Yes, ma'am, sure. Reminds me about the joke of the twins that grew old in the womb because the other kept saying, after you, but never mind. So, yes, ma'am.
Jennifer Shea, Precinct 7. I'm a mom of 3, 2 of which are in Milton Public Schools. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am, could you
can
state
hear
your
me?
name again and clearly?
Sorry. Jennifer Shea.
Thank you.
Precinct 7. I am a mom of 3 kids, 2 of which are in Milton Public Schools. I volunteer in the schools. I volunteer as a coach in Milton soccer. My husband and I run the Friday night street hockey program in Milton, and he also coaches basketball here in Milton. We love our community and we love our children. We also see the overcrowding. We support the schools and our teachers and staff. We do need to do something, but we need to reach a compromise. There are 2 separate issues, the need to address the overcrowding and the land swap. You can support the schools and want to address the overcrowding, but not support the land swap. There is a reason that the warrant committee recommends a no vote. There are major environmental concerns, legal issues, residents' concerns at Home Inc., and the issue that I want to focus on. To quote the warrant committee, one of the reasons we are opposed to the land swap is the lack of confidence that all options other than a school at Guile Road has been explored. A new school at Guile Road doesn't solve the immediate need for space. The school building committee put up a slide with a time frame that the earliest the school would be open is 2030. This does not account for this case also possibly being tied up in court. Again, the warrant committee's assessment that these issues will present significant hurdles at EOEEA and the state legislature. Why are we not focusing on ways to solve this overcrowding now, looking at short-term solutions? There are so many issues with trying to build a new school on this property. Please listen to the warrant committee and their recommendation of a no vote. You can support the schools and vote no on the land swap.
Thank you. Sir, in the end? Yes.
My name's Douglas Hunt, Precinct 7. First off, I just want everyone to know I'm pro-kid, I'm pro-school, but I'm anti-land swap. And I have 3 reasons why. First of all, I think the last time I was up here was 35 years ago getting yelled at by my chorus teacher, but that's true. To sing, she wanted me to sing louder, but unfortunately my career was not in singing. I chose a different career, and my career was in trees. I've been an arborist since 1998, and I've climbed thousands of trees and looked at tens of thousands of trees for all kinds of people everywhere. And I recently did walk up and went through the whole site there by myself, and I mean, impressive, very. I can only think of one other place with trees of this magnitude and the variety is maybe Cunningham Park, but this is a much smaller parcel, obviously. So as for that, very impressive. And I don't know, to me, to cut down hundreds and hundreds of trees, big ones too. We're not talking little, little ones. We're not talking Norway maples, South Boston palm trees. No, we're talking beeches, maples, birches, hickories, oaks, all kinds of oaks, beautiful stuff that you just don't see anywhere. And to me, to cut all that down, and not to mention for moving the road, you're going to cut down hundreds more. To me, is just, it's just a shame. Just in my opinion. So that was my first one there on the trees, and the second one was on the deed. I think in the deed, the Lamb Sisters stipulated that no structures be built or filling or grading. And I just feel like just because the word forever or perpetuity was omitted or wasn't put in there, to me, it just doesn't sit well with me. I think, well, at least I think reading it, I think I know what the Lamb's intentions were, and it was for it to never be built on. But that's just my opinion. I'm obviously not a lawyer. And my last thing is, this is for future implications in the town of Milton for people that might want to donate or sell their land to the town and then not have their wishes respected in the end. And that could be 50 years from now or whatever, I don't know. But there is land in Milton, and there are people that are willing to donate it, but not to have it taken by the town for something like this. And I urge a no vote, and I'm going to leave you with a quote from Henry David Thoreau. The ship must be made absolutely tight before it is launched. In my opinion, if this proposal were a ship, it wouldn't get out of Boston Harbor.
Thank you. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Good evening. I'm Regina Campbell-Malone, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I have never heard that before, I swear. I'm Regina Campbell-Malone, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I live at 177 Truro Lane in Milton. I'm a school teacher by training, a scientific researcher by training, and there's 3 things that I teach my science students that I want them to walk away from my class with. The first is I want them to learn to be competent, critical consumers of information. I want them to be able to evaluate their sources and use trustworthy resources and experts to develop their own opinions and recognize them as a point of view. And I want them to be honest and to treat one another with an open heart and humility. And here's how those 3 things are sitting here in town meeting, in this town meeting context. My students can easily understand, with guidance, how to read maps and graphics. And again, they understand the difference between fact and opinion. If they look at the land swap map, they would be able to tell you, as 7th and 8th grade science students, that the school building would not be 50 feet away from anyone's deck. I think it's disingenuous, and I think it really is unnecessary to say that. Let's just say what it really is. And I'd love it if Sean O'Rourke could give us an idea of what that exact amount is, the difference between where someone's property line would end and where the school might be. The second thing is that they evaluate their sources. My students learn that asking questions is important and doing research is important, and that coming to a large problem like this and not recognizing that you learned more on Facebook than you did by attending or watching open public meetings, and by doing some of the hard work that the committee members here have done and have some of the expertise that some of these people have, is a really important moment of humility, I think, for folks to have. And then in terms of coming to this with an open heart and that humility, you can't genuinely thank a voluntary body with one breath for their 4 years of hard work and then claim that they cooked up 75 acres or say that you know what the Lamb sisters would want when there are people that have pored over documents, including the contract that these women of means had lawyers draft up that had their best intentions at heart and signed. Mr. Freitag, Mr. Hart, and Mr. Zulus have addressed the legal details of the contract that allowed the town to buy this land from the Lamb sisters. And according to them, this is a legal move that follows the Article 97 process, a process that was detailed and is a statute. A few members have mentioned the need for short-term solutions as we continue to grow as a community. Even my 7th and 8th grade students could tell you that it's not an either-or thing. We are not in a one or none situation. We can go forward with the school building process by voting yes to Article 31 tonight. We can limit the legal entanglement by also voting for Article 32, and we can fund additional short-term solutions. We can do hard things. We can do imperfect things. What we cannot do is wait any longer for a cheaper, faster, uncontroversial, perfect solution that's not going to come. Instead, leaving our children, no one's child deserves to be educated in a closet. So I implore you to consider doing both and. Voting for the long-term solution by voting for the land swap today so that we can carry out that process and allow it to come to our full community for a vote. And let's get on those committees. Let's provide public input to help find short-term solutions that can help us as we continue to grow. It's not one or. Please vote yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll go to the third row over here. Ma'am, you get back there. Ms. Harrington, are you? Mr. Walsh is a recent arrival. Ms. Harrington, I think you were waiting Thursday night as well, so please.
I was the last one, I think, the other night, not to go. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nora Harrington, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2. I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight. Obviously, this issue is important to all of us, and I do think it's important that we listen to each other and that we learn from each other. I'd especially like to thank the School Building Committee for their work over the last 4 years and for bringing us, for coming back this year with an option that's a little bit different than last year. Many of us in this room have been to their presentations, whether they were online or in person, and we heard all the reasons why the other sites in town wouldn't work. And again, Mr. McKay, thank you tonight for, again, going over what all the town-owned property is and how few parcels there are in this town that would even, amongst private property even, that would be large enough for a school site. As someone who cares about the environment, I'm really glad that the School Building Committee came back this year with a proposal that actually preserves 2/3 of the conservation land at the site. Their proposal this year is to take 2.8 acres of the conservation land for the school site, but it leaves over 4 acres of conservation land still there, including the 300-foot deep buffer that they've explained to us, where a lot of the mature trees that everybody has talked about, where they exist. So the whole site is not getting demolished. You know, they are trying to preserve as much of it as they can. And there's literally nowhere else to go. You know, the SBC has worked hard to come up with this plan, and it's a compromise that meets the needs of various constituencies in town, I believe: school families, older residents, and people who care about conservation. And some folks like me who are all those things in one. Get it? School family, older. I'd like to tell you a little bit of my experience as a parent of 2 7th graders in Milton. My kids both went to Glover, my daughter goes to Pierce, and my son is now at a school that better meets his needs. When my kids started at Glover in 2016, they had a music room, an art room, a full library, and some of the school's specialists, like the reading specialists, even had offices with windows. By a few years later, the reading specialist was moved into what had been a large storage closet, and she was now trying to teach kids to read, kids with dyslexia who struggle to learn to read. She was trying to hold groups in this storage closet. This year, I just found out today, she actually shares that storage closet with another reading specialist, and they simultaneously have to run reading groups in the same place. It's crazy. Glover lost its art room. Glover lost its music room. They do not get up all day unless it's to go to lunch or recess. That's it. Other than that, they never get to leave their classroom for art or music or anything else. The kids and the teachers are hemmed in all day. And again, the educational specialists are working in windowless offices. How are we going to keep excellent teachers in Milton, excellent special ed teachers, under those kind of conditions? Both of my kids went to Pierce last year, and I was relieved that my son would be in a separate, smaller classroom for kids with needs who are similar to his. Then I realized that 2 of his core classes, English and math, were taught in rooms without windows. They were not built to be classrooms. Pierce has had to use offices that are things that were built as offices on the interior of the school, and they have to use those now for small classrooms. And of course, it's the kids in special ed who are in smaller classrooms. So just think of your kid with autism, a language disability, other neurotypical needs, learning disabilities, sitting in math and in English every day in rooms without windows. I mean, the video, which was wonderful, describes a lot of what's going on in the school, but I think it's also important to really think about what that's like for these kids.
About a minute left, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move right along. I'm going to say that no plan is going to be perfect. As Ms. Campbell-Malone just mentioned to us, we have to do it all, and I believe we have to plan for the long term in order to even know what we can afford in the short term. This is not, and there is nowhere else to go, as we have all heard. In the next few nights, I hope, we're going to finally talk about the school's budget, and we're going to remember how little money our town has. And we're going to try to, we can't do it all. We can't order trailers and have them arrive on site with millions of dollars that we don't have. We have to start planning for the long term and the short term. Finally, this past Thursday night, one of the speakers said that for many of us here, the parents, our kids will already be out of school by the time a new middle school gets built. Yep, we know that. Anybody here who doesn't have young kids knows that. But we support the effort to build a new middle school as quickly as possible, because that's what Milton residents did for us 15 and 20 years ago.
If you could wrap, ma'am, if you could wrap up.
Yes, this is the wrap up.
Thank you.
Many voted for that change and worked for that change, knowing full well that it wouldn't benefit their kids, because that's what communities do. We don't just look out for ourselves or our kids. Our responsibility is to the entire community, and especially to the next generation. So again, I thank the School Building Committee for coming back to us this year with a plan to preserve 2/3 of the conservation land on the site. I thank them for helping us keep those 300 feet of mature trees on the site. I hope that we can all compromise and, get on board with this plan. And I hope you'll join me in voting yes for the land swap to help Milton move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator, Mike Vaughn, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. I rise tonight to thank the School Building Committee for their 4 years of donated time to our town. As a town meeting member and a Miltonite, my phone has been ringing consistently for days from members in my own precinct, along with our fellow townspeople from all over. As a lifelong Milton resident, a product of the Milton Public Schools, and a father of 3 kids who have benefited from our schools, still benefiting, but one of them has completed. I support the need for a new school. However, I have given a lot of thought to this issue of the land swap. When green space is in such a need, we can't destroy it, as this is truly special and needs to be kept whole. Would Milton be setting a precedence for future needs, i.e., hitting Cunningham Park, Indian Cliffs, Governor Stoughton Estates, Hutchinson Field, Copeland Foundation, which is near the Pepsi Cola plant, Newcomb Farms area, etc.? I'm also troubled by some of the things I have heard over the past several nights. Members of the various boards and legal counsel mentioning we must honor the intent of the donor in the wills, trusts, and decrees, i.e. Kidder Library. And tonight, that same honor intent doesn't seem to apply when discussing the Lamb sisters and their situation. Milton should honor the Lambs and the beautiful property and leave it untouched as it is. I have heard a fast mention of other parcels, Randolph Ave, and possible other additions that could be made on current property. That would not get us into a legal bind with Home Inc. or the Commonwealth. Read the Warrant Committee's comment. It's extremely thoughtful, and I appreciate the work and volunteer time that these members have also invested in our community of Milton, and you should feel the same no matter what side of the vote you are on. Mr. Moderator, I do have 2 questions.
Yes.
It seems like several nights since we heard where the Warrant Committee stood, and also, could we get a standing on where the Select Board stands on the article as well?
You'd like to have a restatement of where the Warrant Committee and the Select Board stands on the article?
Yes, please.
Sir, I think that's... Okay. I think that's been asked and answered because we had an opening statement from the chair and the Select Board put the motion on the table. So I think we're pretty clear on
Okay,
where
well, maybe it's me, I'm confused. So if we could get a...
Okay, I can restate. The Warrant Committee had an opportunity to vote on the amendment from the Select Board. They declined the other night. Thus, the Select Board put an amendment before the body. So the Warrant Committee declined to endorse that amendment, and the Select Board then put the amendment out in front. So that's where we stand right now.
Okay. So I guess I'll go back to the comment originally. Please consider that as you vote tonight. I, for one, will be voting no on the land swap.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. O'Donnell, I think I saw you Thursday night. You're okay? And that 3rd row, is there anyone that wishes to speak in the 3rd row, or am I misunderstanding? Yes, sir? Whoever's first, I couldn't quite tell arrival rate. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Keith Schleicher, Precinct 4, the voice of your Milton Wildcat football team. And I'm also a Milton resident that lives on the Parkway. And I was going to bring up a couple points. In 1978, the Lamb sisters saw a need for the town. There might have been some people saying you can't do it, but they thought that there should be housing for our elderly. They stepped up with their philanthropy and their wealth, and they put together a proposal to sell to Home Inc. I think if they were here tonight, they would do the same thing and say, our schools are overcrowded, and we need to do something about it. We have this land. We can put the school there. So another suggestion I have, if a school is built on that property, I had never heard of the Lamb sisters before. If the school is named the Lamb School, their name would be in Milton history going on forever in perpetuity. Another thing is, if you notice when you live on the Parkway, there are exactly 0 stop signs between Hewlin Rink and the Tucker School. This could be an amazing opportunity to also quell some of the traffic that happens on the Parkway with a school zone or some sort of light that could severely slow down the raceway in the morning and the nighttime going through my front yard. So as a Milton resident, as someone that has children in the schools that have benefited from Tucker, Pierce, and the high school, let's get this done. Let's take the first step forward. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Just a note, some of the school staff said, if you're sitting up in back, it may be comfortable to put your feet on the chair in front of you, but it can cause slow wear and tear, so if you could keep your feet down, that would be appreciated by, let's say, in honor of Bill Ritchie. How about that? Let's see, I'm back to this side of this row. Yes, ma'am, are you down there first? Yes. Yes, sir.
All right, they can hear me. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. One sec. I'm Michael Musto, Precinct 5 Town Meeting Member, and I rise to speak on Article 31. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle said that it is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. And that is how I have approached the land swap proposal. Yet, going into tonight, if you question this land swap at all, or ask clarifying questions, you are dismissed as against the schools. Even though in the same breath, we are told that this vote is more so just a technical matter, a preliminary step in a long process. I myself was a student in Milton Public Schools, having graduated in Milton High School in 2013. My brother, who also sits here, also sits in this body, graduated in 2016. We lived through that school reconstruction that we've alluded to tonight, done in the 2000s. So I'm very sensitive to the needs of our students. I received an excellent educational experience, and of course want the same for those who have come after me. My pro-land swap colleagues emphasize that there is an overcrowding crisis right now. They argue that this crisis is affecting the educational experience of our students. The school building committee has been examining this for years. So I asked, what steps have been taken to create additional space for our students right now? None. In fact, the residents who asked this question are ridiculed for even suggesting any sort of short-term solution. With a huge surplus of free cash, plus the ARPA and ESSER money that the town has received over the past few years, not one dime has been proposed for or spent on any efforts to provide our current students with additional classroom space. When you look at what was actually asked for and appropriated in the budgets these past few years, there's nothing to provide our students with very feasible and appropriate space solutions that other comparable towns have no problem utilizing. Even for this upcoming school year, as we heard speaker after speaker tonight and previous nights tell us about tight space constraints for our students today, nothing was proposed for the space needs of our current students. I alluded to the school building committee's efforts over the past few years. It's a dedicated group of volunteers, and we thank them for their time and efforts. I think it's worth reminding members of what their original charge was. This body voted to establish a school building committee, quote, for the purpose of planning the construction, alteration, renovation, remodeling, and furnishing of school buildings. The committee's work is a good start in addressing space needs, but it has been unable to fulfill its charge in its entirety. I'm a strong supporter of building a new school if warranted, but how can we make that decision if other options, including a new school at alternative locations, have not been vetted? I've seen no feasibility studies for making additions to existing buildings, no real analysis of or effort to use modular classrooms while an apparent spacing crisis has persisted unabated, no studies on alternative sites to Guile, and nothing indicative of sufficient efforts to buy private land prior to the Fawn Pond opportunity. And if we, the residents, suggest other ideas, how about a new school in Randolph Ave? Well, there's ledge, we'd have to change the speed limit. Bidding on and buying private land, that would cost some money. Adding on to Glover, well, that might make those abutters unhappy, and it will affect lunchtime and playtime. But taking this conservation land and fighting a protracted lawsuit where our electeds want to make Milton the first town in the Commonwealth to use eminent domain in the manner Article 32 outlines because of how concerned we are about the legal underpinnings of Article 31, and having to make up the difference in conservation land value, and not even having a building constructed for at least 4 years from today by the school building committee's own very generous timeline chart, but more likely 6 to 7 years factoring in the entire process, including litigation, having to pass multiple overrides stretching into the tens of millions of dollars, and potentially not passing the state smell test when it examines this. We need to empower the school building committee to conduct or contract for actual studies on the viability of alternatives, work to mitigate any costs or drawbacks for other options we know we can do, and get some modulars up as other towns have done. This will build more community trust and will be the quickest way to help the students of today and tomorrow.
You got about a minute left.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We know that if space is tight and that's diminishing our students' educational well-being, it is incumbent on us to have immediate fixes at the forefront of our efforts. We know that you don't protect conservation land by exchanging prime buildable forests and trees for unbuildable wetlands and rocks solely for the purpose of trying to satisfy the state, which itself is a difficult bar to meet as demonstrated by previous speakers. Rather, we support conservation land protections because besides the very obvious fact that such land is a buffer against climate change and a way to protect biodiversity, land under conservation protection is a testament to the trust and goodwill cultivated by those who came before us for the benefit of those who came after us. Destroying that land results in it being gone forever. We know that our neighbors at home matter, as do our seniors more generally, because we recognize that we are a community of individuals of all age levels and income levels. What kind of community are we to chalk up homing's concerns to, well, there are winners and losers whenever you make public policy, as I've heard from some folks, or to minimize the concerns of our seniors who worry about being priced out of the community to, well, they can sell and leave, which I've also heard. We know that, to quote my own high school yearbook quote, your word is your bond, and that we as a town should consider how our deliberations today will influence those who would leave land to the town tomorrow.
If you could wrap up, sir. Thank you.
And we know that to accomplish great policy, we need to think creatively and find solutions that bring people together rather than tearing them apart, as this proposal does. We can do so much better for our students while also doing right by our community at large. For these reasons, I'll be voting no on the article.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone in the third row there wish to speak? Yes, in the blue shirt. And the two women next to him, are you waiting to speak as well, or you're just sitting? You are as well. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Michael Brown, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 10. I'm also a member of the Zoning Board, and I practice real estate law. First, a word about the deed. The Lamb sisters were very wealthy, and they had very expensive lawyers. And if the deed doesn't say in perpetuity, that's not an oversight. Secondly, for everybody out there who's got all these alternative plans that they think would work, modular buildings, other sites, the school committee has considered all of these things over the last 4 years. All right, I hear you, I get it. This plan is not perfect. There is no perfect plan for this problem. This is the best solution that this committee, which this body authorized, could come up with. And I don't think we should be second-guessing their conclusions. Third of all, I remember personally, 15 years ago, sitting in an apartment in Boston with my wife, trying to figure out where we were going to move to raise our family. We were literally Googling school rankings by town to help us make that decision. Milton was near the top. We moved to Milton for the schools. Practically every family we know moved to Milton for the schools. We all paid more money for our homes than we would have paid in Dedham or Canton or Norwood or Quincy or Dorchester because of the schools. Fast forward to today, the schools are in crisis. What are we going to do about this? If we continue with this crisis any longer, our schools are going to suffer severe reputational harm, and our town is going to suffer severe reputational harm. The solution is on the ballot tonight. We can fix it tonight. It ain't perfect, but it's a good solution. So I would urge you to vote yes on this land swap, not just for the kids, not just for the teachers and administrators who have to deal with this situation, but for the reputation of our schools and the reputation of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Oops, I'm sorry, sorry?
Oh, that's right, you go next. 'Cause you're
Traffic jam, my apologies.
Okay. Do you want?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay.
You know, rather than struggling, you could stand right there and,
Stand here.
well, if that one works, then please go ahead.
Vicki McCarthy, Precinct 8. I'm kind of overwhelmed after hearing all the speakers, both sides. I think what it shows is that we're really a split community. I want to thank the Warrant Committee for the work that they've done and the courage that it took to have your chair come up and state things as you worked them out. Even though it was a 7-6, it's a 7-6. You know, you're recommending a no vote, and I agree. You know, I've got all this stuff that, you know, I'm probably not going to open. To tell you a little bit about how I got here, well, I've been on the Warrant Committee. I've been on the committee for the town members for 18 years, I think, because I think before the pandemic you announced my name as a 15-year member.
Thank you very much.
So, and of these 18 years, I got up 3 times. The first time was to save my job I moved to town in 1976 with my husband and my then 3-year-old daughter. That was during the summer. And first thing I did was join the Milton Junior Women's Club. And we in the Rotary Club back in those years started the Milton Road Race. I think you'll see it maybe again this June. The second thing I did was apply for a job with the town of Milton. And in November, I was hired as the town youth coordinator. Many of you might not even know that we had a youth department in town, but we did. We were located where the Council on Aging is now. By the way, the Council on Aging, as you know, is the best town department according to the Milton Times, and I can attest to that, as now instead of working for the youth department, I go to the Council on Aging a lot, and I guess we'd start back with when a member of the Planning Board and a member of the Board of Selectmen came to the Council on Aging some months ago. And Ned Byer was alive then. I don't know if you remember Ned Byer, any of you, but he was the past president of Home Inc. And he said to the Planning Board member and to the Select Board member, "You're going to bankrupt us." You know, we were talking about this land swap. Did you know that the Home Inc. is the 3rd largest taxpayer to the town of Milton? That was news to me, but that's the case. My daughter, that was 3 when we moved in, went to Collycott Kindergarten. She was the first class that went to Pierce Middle School because we had junior high schools up until that point. So she was in that first class that went over. It was nice to see Doug Hunt. I know you were somewhere. I know somebody in your family was in school with my daughter back then. In '84, I had my second daughter, and she also went to Collycott, Pierce, the high school, both during this 25-year gap after they had turned down the Milton High School in 1971. They got great educations. They were in that 25-year gap when we didn't have the new school. And they went on to great colleges, and they're doing fine.
You have about a minute left, ma'am.
Okay, where do I come to? You know, well, I guess I'll end with recommending a book, and I hope I didn't drop it as I went along. Let's see. Did I leave a book over in that seat? Oh, here we go. I found it. Thank you. Yeah, I did. Behind the Trail of Broken
If you can get to the microphone.
Sure. Behind the Trail of Broken Treaties. I'd recommend it to everybody. I was, my daughter, my younger daughter and I and my grandson, I have a first grader at Collycott now, grandson, and I have a middle schooler, 7th grade, special needs, so still certainly involved with the schools big time. Last Columbus Day, which is now called, Indigenous People Day, my youngest daughter and I and my grandson were up in Rockport, Massachusetts, and one night I was walking by the used bookstore and I said, my goodness, behind the trail of broken treaties.
Ma'am,
Something
if you
for
could
us to
wrap
think
up.
about.
If you could wrap up.
Pardon me?
If you could wrap up. Just, if you could conclude your remarks, please.
Oh, certainly. Thank you very much. I have a lot more to say, but obviously am very disorganized, but thank you. And please vote no on the recommendation of the warrant.
Yes, now, ma'am, in the purple on the right. Ma'am, right in front of me. There we go. If I could just, on speakers, I think I still count 18 speakers, 5 minutes. So do the math, 80 minutes, brevity. I think everyone would appreciate brevity tonight. So with that, ma'am, you're
Yes,
on.
I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to try not to say anything that's already been said. I'm Carol Stalker. I'm a town meeting member for Precinct 5. I also write a garden column for like 40 years for the Boston Globe, which gave me a lot of chance to talk to experts on the national level, and I've been asked to speak about the trees tonight, but Doug Hunt did such a wonderful job of speaking about the trees that I don't want to repeat what he said, except to applaud the spirit, because we have not been talking about the trees. We've been saying, here's a piece of land that's worth this, and you can build on it, and here's a piece of land that's worth this, and it's underwater, so you can't build on it. And what we have neglected to emphasize is that the Lamb property is an exceptional group of trees. These are legacy trees. These are the biggest trees in Milton. There is nothing like them in the Blue Hills. And the fact that we don't mention the trees is kind of like sending somebody to the execution and not mentioning their name. These are white oaks that have hundreds of years old, red oaks that are twice as big as the white oaks, the most valuable trees you can have. So I want to just make a nod to the trees, but I am not here to speak just of the trees, because I'm also here to speak about the future of the children, because I believe that the trees and the children and their futures are on the same side of this issue. It's not children versus trees, because you cannot have a future for your children in global warming coming at us without trees. And that's another thing we haven't spoken about very much at all, which is they talk about, for instance, that it's, you know, this may be, the schools will be overcrowded in 7 years. But in 7 years, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we will run out of time to limit warming to the levels that would be manageable, so our children would have an inhabitable world and live a normal lifespan. So we're talking about overcrowded schools, but we're not talking about survival. And I think that's because we're all in denial about global warming. In fact, one joke is that the only animals that aren't endangered by it are the Egyptian crocodiles, because the river they live in is called the Nile. So anyway, I think that the climate change is a life and death issue, and we're running out of time at about the same pace that we're running out of space in the school. So maybe we should just give it a think. Because if we cut down the biggest trees in Milton and replace conservation land, which should be sacred, with hot AfroTurf, and say that this is for the good of the children, I personally think this is a disservice to the children. I think this proposal is bad for the children of Milton. And I think that I'm seeing it in a way that a lot of other people are not seeing it. They may even be offended that I'm saying this. But I'd say, try putting on a different pair of glasses. Don't think about the crowding in the schools. Think about what kind of a life is your children going to have in 7 years if it's too hot to go outside, because we've cut down the trees, 8 acres of trees that store carbon dioxide, and also that soak up flooding. Because you notice that this storm we just had, what was it, rain for 4 days or something? That's just the beginning of what's happening, because global warming is here now. The jet stream is not working the way it's supposed to. It is not moving weather systems from west to east. So a storm that would have rained on Milton for 4 hours is now raining on Milton for 4 days because it's not moving. And if that storm happens to be a hurricane, you have a 100-year flood. And you need big trees with big roots to store that water.
Ma'am,
So
you have about a minute left, ma'am.
So that's the deal with big trees. They can find enough water to live when it's a terrible drought, and their roots can find enough water to stop flooding, and they can store carbon dioxide. So what I'm going to say in conclusion is, if someone, try just thinking about this. Just try it like a paradigm shift. Just think, if someone came and offered you a deal where you could have free land for this school, if you let them build a factory or something next door that would pollute the water your children drank every day and would pollute the air that they breathed every day, and your grandchildren forever, but the land would be free, and you would get a tax break for a few years. It costs you a little bit less than going out and buying, something else.
If you could wrap up, please, ma'am. Thank you.
You would be appalled by this offer. You would be appalled by somebody who is threatening your children's survival to save some money. And I just think that it's going to sound ridiculous, but I think this is the same situation. We just don't recognize it for what it is because we are in denial of the threat. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am in the third row in the blue with the sweater, did you wish to speak? Yes, you, ma'am? No, I think the third row was next, so yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary Shapiro, town meeting member, Precinct 1. I was a teacher at Pierce starting in 2005 to 2006, and then just recently retired. I just want to speak a little bit about the crowding that I experienced in that 17-year time frame. Teachers at Pierce have to share classrooms at this current time. So as teachers are teaching and they get a prep, they have to either leave their classroom or do their prep within a classroom where students are in class with them. A previous town meeting member mentioned many of the overcrowding issues at the elementary schools. I was also an elementary math coach and saw the loss of the library at Cunningham Collicott to 3 classrooms, so it's very much reduced. The loss of staff rooms, teachers and specialists using supply closets, it is real. Students are being taught and given services in hallways and stairwells, it is true. This is a very dire need for a new school for our kids. It's a well thought out plan. I really appreciate all of the work that I've seen on all of the committees. I mean, amazing, you're amazing. But I don't need to say it again. We need a new school. We need to move forward with the plan. They've really looked at all of the possibilities. I know it's a very emotional situation for a lot of people, but if you think about the good of the kids within this town, a yes vote is absolutely needed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Swenson, were you next, I think?
Good evening. Denny Swenson, town meeting member, Precinct 5. Conservation agreements are built on trust. I was on the board of the Friends of Blue Hills for over 8 years, president for 3 of those years. The conservation agreements and easements of landowners all the way around the Blue Hills made access to the Blue Hills possible for all of us. Generations ago, landowners joined together and left us access to this treasure. The Blue Hills is an example of how conservation is an incredible equalizer. During the pandemic, I watched as people arrived daily from all over, all different races, nationalities, backgrounds, ranges of income, and ages. They all came to the Blue Hills. Conservation land is a great equalizer. We all benefit. Everyone benefits from protected wetlands, big old trees, and healthy ecosystems that are home to diverse species. In my neighborhood, we live on an ACEC, an area of critical environmental concern. My husband and I, and all of our neighbors, have conservation restrictions on our properties. A few years back, it was time to think about renewing those agreements, and we all agreed to not only renew our conservation agreements, but many of us expanded upon them. My husband and I entered into a brand new one on top of what we already had. Conservation is hard to pull off. Our neighborhood process took years and a lot of trust between all of the parties. It is the intrinsic value of open land and diverse and thriving ecosystems that we have to keep our eyes on. Our children's children will inherit these benefits if we, like generations before us, protect them. This is about the long game. If you destroy an ecosystem that is 100 years old, it is gone. You can't simply recreate it somewhere else in the snap of a finger. The concept of conservation is not temporary. Conservation, by definition, is the planned management of a natural resource to prevent exploitation or neglect. The land deed and agreement with Milton said, no grade and fill. That was all about protecting the trees and the topography. No buildings or other structures. The land would be left in the care of the Conservation Commission for the promotion and development of natural resources. The grantee shall maintain the parcel in its natural condition. Nothing about that is temporary. Conservation is long game. Conservation agreements are built on trust. If we as a town say conservation agreements don't matter, then it will be harder for my neighborhood and other neighborhoods to enter into future very necessary conservation agreements. I care about the schools. I've personally supported the schools on countless occasions. On this one, I believe that we can care about solving the overcrowded classroom issue and care about conservation agreements simultaneously. Let's find solutions that honor both. We have the brains in this town to do it. All we need is the goodwill to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Oldfield and Musto, are you waiting to speak, or you're just sitting there? Other than that, Ms. Gankarski, I think, was next. If that's okay.
Good evening, town meeting members, citizens, elected officials up front, and Moderator Hiss. First, I ask everyone to stand up and just shake yourself out, because I've got artificial knees and it's been really tough for me. So I'm willing to give up 30 seconds for everyone to please stretch, okay? Okay? Okay. We need it. I need it, my knees need it, yous need it. So,
And ma'am, could you either sing Sweet Caroline or introduce yourself, please?
Seventh inning or 7 days.
Okay. Well, just introduce yourself to the members, please.
Okay, that's fine. But Moderator Hiss, you asked if the speakers tonight would be adding something. And I wish to add traffic. We have heard about money. We have heard about trees. We have heard about classrooms. We've heard about 10 years ago, 20 years ago. But there is a very important variable. And, I'm Joan Gankarski. I live at 75 Oak Street in Precinct 1. I live directly across the street from the drop-off area at the Tucker School. If you've ever dropped off or picked up your kids, I'm the little old house across the street, which I cannot use for 45 minutes in the morning, nor 45 minutes in the afternoon, because the street is closed and people are dropping off and picking up their kids. That was not the case a couple of decades ago when I moved there. Now we're talking about the Parkway neighborhood, the Tucker neighborhood. There's the Discovery School. There is the Tucker School, the newly proposed ICE house housing. There is the high school, and now the proposed pre-K, which every kid will be dropped off, as well as middle school. We need a traffic study before I can make the decision to vote. When I was making the medical decision for replacement knees, I wanted to know about my mobility. And also, the Parkway, since GPS and 138, is packed with out-of-town cars. So without a traffic study, without my answers from the surgeons about the mobility after the fact, I would not have been able to make a decision then. And without that, I have to vote no for the people that I represent in Precinct 1. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think, ma'am, in the cream color, is that in the black? Okay. And ma'am, right behind that in third row, were you looking to speak or are you just sitting? Yes, you are as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Anna Varghese. I am a town meeting member from Precinct 4 and a member of the Milton School Committee. I am a mother of 2 daughters who attend Milton Public Schools. I am also a wife and a daughter. I am 100% in favor of a new school to address enrollment concerns, and I appreciate all the effort and thoughtfulness that went into this article. However, I stand before you tonight to explain why I'm not in support of this particular land swap. I was born in Kerala, India. Kerala is often referred to as God's own country for its lush green landscapes of palm trees and paddy fields. My grandfather was a farmer. In Kerala, it is customary for parents to give land to their children. When my father was married at the age of 23, my grandfather brought him a plot of land beside his own home with a wish that one day he would build a house for his children and their children. But life had other plans for my father. He found himself in America with the clothes on his back, a wife in a coma, and a young daughter to support. There were several instances during that time when he didn't know how to pay rent or to put food on the table. He had many opportunities to sell that land to make ends meet, but he didn't. Instead, he worked multiple jobs, put himself through school, and supported his family. Even his own siblings pressured him to sell to them. The land stayed untouched. Finally, last year at the age of 65, my father built a house on this plot of land just as his father had wished of him. Last summer, my husband and I had the privilege of taking our daughters to this tiny village in Kerala, India. Tonight, my father is actually on a flight going to India to this house. They saw this house that their grandfather built and their great-grandfather wished. It was the most beautiful home they had seen, and they ran around the house screaming. Apacha, built as a beach house, was on the water. The connection to land and what it signifies is in every fiber of my being. I recognize this is a contentious issue and that my viewpoint may not be welcomed by some of you, but I don't feel that this is the right decision for our community. I hope you will respect my decision, which is based on my own lived experience and my desire to be inclusive of the concerns and experiences of many different community members, all of which we have heard tonight. I will, of course, continue to work with my fellow school committee members and the school building committee, all of whom have worked so hard for the last several years, volunteering countless hours away from their own families to serve our schools, to devise and build support for other long-term solutions while prioritizing short-term ones. I firmly believe that everyone here tonight wants what's best for our community, and I do as well. Resolving complex issues facing our town is never easy, but I believe we can work together to find a resolution that balances the interests of all community members and also brings us together. Thank you.
Yes, I think ma'am on the end. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carolyn Cahill, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1. I stand here to speak in favor of the land swap, and here is why. As a real estate agent in town for almost 20 years, I'm one of many who first meet buyers as they come to our great town. When I first started in the business back in 2004, most buyers that moved to Milton tried as hard as they could to stay in the city for as long as possible. Once their children were school age, they knew the time had come to move to the suburbs. Our proximity to Boston, strong public schools, and great reputation for community all played a major factor for young families moving from South Boston, Dorchester, Jamaica Plain, to name a few. Fast forward to the year of the pandemic. Quickly, we learned people were working from home and needed space. This is where it gets interesting. Young couples without children started looking at single-family homes in the suburbs because they each needed a home office. The open floor plan condo in the city didn't allow the space to work from home. Here in Milton, you are almost guaranteed a minimum of 3 bedrooms, plus possibly a basement you can finish, and outdoor space. Sure, we had buyers in the past who had bought in Milton who didn't have children. It just was not happening at a pace I was seeing during the pandemic. I would chat with them like I always do. Why Milton? Why suburbs now? The common answer was, we know we are going to be starting a family sooner rather than later, and we know we need more space now. We both have jobs that are going to allow us to work from home a couple days a week, but we aren't quite ready to give up being close to the city. Milton seems like the perfect fit. It checks the box for the short term, and it checks the box for the long term. We want to raise our family here. So for anyone who does not believe the population of our school children is growing, I beg to differ. I see it day in and day out. Here are some facts. I look back at my sales from 2020 to 2022. I sold 42 single-family homes in Milton. 93% of those were to young families or young couples without children. The breakdown from there is 42% of single-family houses I sold during that time were couples I mentioned. They opted to move out of the city to Milton for more space while they worked from home and could count on this community for their future family. This trend has continued since the pandemic. With housing prices rising, young couples are finding they would rather invest in a single-family home in the suburbs versus buying a condo in the city. According to the Greater Boston Board of Real Estate Agents, single-family homes in Greater Boston have outpaced the condo market in 9 out of 12 months in 2022, and more single-family homes have sold than condos. We have future young families in Milton who deserve to give their children appropriate class sizes, art rooms, libraries, and music rooms. Our teachers deserve conference rooms and gathering spaces. Milton has a long history of families raving about our elementary schools and all of our public schools for that matter. As someone who does not have children, I will not have the benefit of my tax dollars going directly to the Milton Public Schools. However, there is no question in my mind that I, along with all of you, will benefit from investing in our schools and our infrastructure because we are investing in our community. The way forward will not come with absolute agreement from everyone involved. Like my fellow Milton High graduate, Regina Malley said, "We are your neighbors. We are not developers coming in to make a profit. We are trying to make the best decision possible for the community as a whole."
If you could, about a minute left, ma'am.
Last year was the first time in my almost 20-year career I had a family tell me they were choosing to leave Milton because of the public schools. Their 2 oldest were at the elementary level with a 3rd headed there this year. That worries me. That should worry you too. Please vote yes.
Yeah.
My name is Megan Walsh, TMM, Precinct 7. A lot of people have asked, so it's 107 Church Street, in case you're wondering. I am a single mother of 2 daughters. I have a daughter in 5th grade and a daughter in 7th grade. When we moved to Milton, the kindergarten was capped, and even though we were in the Collycock community, my daughter was put in Cunningham Elementary. She was one of the largest kindergarten classes. So since then, I've been doing Valentine's Day cards and whatever for 8 years now. So I understand overcrowding, and I personally have not witnessed it. I'm a proud Irish Catholic from South Boston. I'm a former graduate, counselor, and teacher at South Boston High School. Even though Winston doesn't remember me, he was in my classes a few times. So
I'm also involved in the construction and network engineering for the past 23 years. I have volunteered at Cunningham as the box representative. For those of you who don't know what box is, it was Building Our Kids' Success. It was a before school program, which I ran for 4 years prior to the pandemic. I also volunteer at Pierce I work with the Girls Who Code, and I'm a drone pilot. I am teaching the girls in that class how to fly drones. My daughter is a 7th grader at Pierce, and I had her list the classmates in her class. Her core classes, she does not have one class that is more than 16. So the overcrowding in the middle school is kind of unfamiliar to me. I don't understand it. My 5th grader is also on a 504 plan. She is hearing impaired. So I work very closely with the 504 coordinators because if there is anything more detrimental to my daughter's success in learning, it is overcrowding. She's in 5th grade. She's never had an issue. She's been very successful, and she will be successful in middle school. So I am coming here. I also have a family member at Home Inc., and she's on Laurel. She's one of the last people, Mary Jane Campbell. I believe she's neighbors with the Murphys. She was also on Gulliver when they took the land from her on Gulliver. So our family runs deep in this community, and it's been very disappointing. So I am here today, total no vote. I believe in the schools. I believe that we need to further the overcrowding research, but the current land swap is not where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go from Walsh to Walsh then.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Brian Walsh, Precinct 8, Town Meeting Member, who needs his glasses. I think we can all agree that there's been a lot of information discussed on Article 31, with sometimes conflicting information, and that's to be expected of complicated discussions. I took the time this past weekend to sort through what we have heard and go take a walk on the Lamb Sisters site, being planned to be altered to build a new school. I was especially interested in exactly what it looks like from the exact point of where a new school is proposed and what it looks like from that point looking at the closest Home Inc. building. So let's quickly go through the pictures I took and show where they are on the plan Mr. O'Rourke presented. Take this out. So the first slide here, you can see this is basically Mr. O'Rourke's plan, where he denotes, the first thing I want to point out is at the very bottom of the slide is the parkway. And the first thing that's really interesting is the current plan saves 300 feet from the parkway up before anything happens, and it's staked. And as it turns out, and I had a picture, I took many pictures, and a picture that I probably should have included in my presentation, but didn't, it's on my phone, shows that a lot of that thick growth, large trees that a few of the speakers have talked about, that's in this area that's 300 feet from the site down to the parkway. So in other words, a lot of the thickly growth trees are being saved. They're not being touched as part of this plan. I just thought it was important to mention that. Next slide, please. So now you're going to start seeing some of my pictures. The yellow stake is marking the 50-foot conservation buffer from the Home Inc. line. Right? So you can see that. Now, by the way, what I'm doing is I'm taking pictures from these stakes looking at the Home Inc. property. So if you look up through there, and interestingly enough, there are areas here where there's very thin branches and trees, so you can in fact see, not all of it. Next slide, please. All right, so now the 50-foot zoning buffer, again, that yellow right there, you use the green stake, that's 100 feet total from the homing line. And again, I tried my best to take the picture. If you look over the top of that green stake, you can see a little of the building. Next slide, please. 150 feet total is where the pink stakes are. Again, I'm taking it, looking at the homing property. So far, we're not at the point where there's going to be a school building. Next slide, please. All right, now we're at the 200-foot, that's the blue stake, and in total, because of the buffer pieces included, this is a total of 300 feet from the closest homing building. And even in person, I struggle to be able to see the homing building, but it is at the very, very back of this. It gives you a perspective. By the way, 300 feet, sometimes it's not easy for us all to sort of identify with. 300 feet is the length of a football field. And if you stand down at one end of the football field, granted it's wide open, you realize that is quite a stretch. Next slide, please. Actually, I think that's the last. It is. Okay. The next slide is my notes.
So you've got about a minute, Mr. Walsh.
Okay. How much, Mr. Moderator?
Just over a minute.
So very few of us are easily supportive of change, especially if it's close to home, as it is for the residents of Home Inc. But what I found, saw, and just shared with you is that it is not so close to a comment that was made by one of our speakers in favor of the Home Inc. It is not so close that it will destroy their community, my opinion. The closeness of the original proposal, which is now changed and improved, would have been a more dramatic impact. The new school will be 300 feet from the closest Home Inc. building, and that's a full football field away, and no land will be impacted any closer to 300 feet from the parkway, saving a lot of those trees, as I mentioned. I believe in my heart and soul that if and when this school is built, as proposed in Article 31, most Home Inc. residents will find that is not the burden some currently fear. Over the past 30 years, town meeting and town residents of Milton have, one, ended a period where our seniors were crammed into temporary space at Kidder Library and crammed into a few classrooms at the Cunningham School building basement. We built an appropriate, adequate, permanent space that we all can be proud of. Two, we repaired and replaced all of our school buildings, many of which were failing. For example, the old Collicott School was so termite infested that the cupola was ready to actually collapse through the building.
Mr.
And
Walsh?
even though it was scheduled to be rebuilt, they actually had to take time to secure that cupola.
Mr. Walsh, if you could wrap up, it's 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Basically, I'd like to then end with saying, look, I'm a 70-year-old father. I'm a senior citizen. Of 3 children that attended the Milton Public Schools with adequate space and facilities, they've all done well and succeeded in life. One daughter, not yet 40, is the math department head for the Braintree Public Schools. Her younger brother is a senior manager of engineers in the aerospace division of General Electric. My other daughter, a real passion for animals, is a key manager in the Animal Rescue League of Boston. I am not saying this to gloat, but rather as a senior citizen, I owe the same generational equity over the past 3 decades demonstrated by the seniors of those times, and do my best to provide our current students with the same adequate space and facilities. For 3+ decades, Milton has risen to the challenge of important facilities, and I urge you to join me, the Select Board, the School Committee, and the School Building Committee in support of the new school as presented here tonight. Please vote yes on Article 31 and 32. Thank you.
Ms. Lee, I think you were waiting, and then just a few more after that. So Ms. Lee is next, yes.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm Georgia Lee, Precinct 9. Over the last several meetings, we have gotten a master class on the importance of language, courtesy of Select Board Chair Zulus and Town Meeting Member Mr. Hart. We have learned that contracts do what they say they will do and no more. We have been repeatedly told that the conservation protections on the land property were not strong enough.
Chair Zulus points out that the words in perpetuity are key to ensuring the future of open space. By Mr. Zulus's own criteria, the language we are entertaining tonight as part of this swap will do little to conserve the land we are being asked to exchange for the Guile Road property. Specifically, the language of the swap says that the swapped land will be placed in the care and custody of the Conservation Committee. As we now know, those words are not strong enough to truly protect the land being proposed for this swap, and I'm confident that Mr. Zulus and Mr. Hart would be inclined to agree. Chair Zulus said if the Lamb sisters meant in perpetuity, they would have put the words in perpetuity in the agreement. So I ask those who framed this article, when you say you are conserving 75 acres of land in the land swap, what are your conservation aims? How long are you conserving this land? In perpetuity? For 30 years? Or until another land need arises? For me, the strength of this deal is only as strong as the strength of the protections on the land that we are asked to swap. If we have learned one thing tonight, it's that specific protection parameters are the key to actual conservation. The absence of strong protections for the swapped land undermines the conservation value of this exchange. I remain unconvinced that the land swap, as proposed, represents the best interests of our town, our environment, or our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jenkins, you're next. At this point, folks, I think I'm going to cut off any new speakers except those that I see down here right now, just so we can get to a vote. So I think we've got our body here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, fellow town meeting members. It's a pleasure to serve with you. My name's James Jenkins. I'm at Precinct 3, Randolph Avenue. On one end of Randolph Avenue, every morning I look out my window and see it backing up all the way to St. Michael's Church. On the other end, I know from the news that it's one of the most dangerous intersections in all of Greater Boston. Randolph is not the best option for this decision. Delaying this decision costs our students and our taxes. From what I heard tonight, 6% inflation on a $100 million building project that's inevitable, maybe not, is going to be $6 million a year. And that's going to keep compounding off of itself when people don't make decisions that are necessary for the town. Tonight is not a zero-sum game about values or about people. We all matter, and we all have valid values and reasons for voting tonight. Tonight is about eliminating fear, delay, and resistance. Is to decide for Milton to step forward to become whole again, especially after the pandemic that has brought us apart. My question is for all of you fellow town meeting members. How do you believe we can be a whole people for excellent education and an excellent town? John Adams wrote the Massachusetts Constitution, and I don't think he's on either side when he said, the whole people must take it upon themselves for the education of the whole people, and we must be willing to bear the expenses of it. No expense for this purpose would be thought too extravagant. We are not voting for a swap, but for a decision to move forward as a whole people. Vote 1 for a way, a vision forward, and a step that saves $6 million and supports the welfare of our kids, our families, and the future of our town. Thank you.
Okay. Go to Ms. Rose Marin. Oh, yes, Mr. You'd like to go next? Okay, sure. Yes, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jeff Stone, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 1, and proud Milton High School graduate and Pierce Junior High School graduate. I'm rising in support of Article 31. I think there's general agreement that more space is needed, but I hear some doubt now and then from some of our members expressed about the urgency of moving forward. Okay, there is a public health aspect of this conversation that nobody has mentioned, and that has to do with pandemic preparedness. I want to read you a quote from a November 2022 article in Harvard Medical Schools magazine entitled COVID-19's Lessons for Future Pandemics. The quote is by a Dr. Jacob Lemieux, Harvard Medical School Assistant Professor of Medicine at Massachusetts General Hospital. He said, "We are seeing pandemics emerge frequently, not once in a lifetime, but in fact every few years, and we need to start preparing. If school closures are needed again in the future for COVID-related pandemics or other kinds of pandemics, the quality of our school facilities can dictate how soon we are able to bring back children for in-person learning. The Massachusetts Health Council held a forum in March of last year on the impact of COVID-19 on K-12 education. The panelists cited the harm that was done to students through long periods of at-home learning. It's not just a loss of classroom curricula, but also the social emotional learning that is lost during these important developmental stages of students during their K-12 years. And that's not to mention the risk to health safety of students and school staff due to the overcrowding we've been hearing about. Among the panelists were superintendents from Lexington and New Bedford, a top official from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, Dr. Shira Daron, who's an epidemiologist at Tufts Medical, the head of the American Federation of Teachers of Massachusetts. There was agreement amongst all the panelists that the quality of school buildings, and especially of better resourced districts like Lexington, for example, and I hope Milton, allowed them to bring back their students earlier than other districts, thereby reducing the potential harm from these protracted periods of home learning. And by quality, I mean flexible, adequate space, functioning windows, which some older schools do not have, good ventilation, and up-to-date HVAC systems. There's been talk about us using modular facilities here. I Googled them, and I'm no expert on this, but I looked at them and they tend to be large metal enclosures that don't appear to have great ventilation. They may or may not be adequate for space and ventilation, but they are no substitute long-term for real school buildings with adequate, flexible, high-quality space. So I ask my fellow town meeting members to vote yes on Article 31 to move this process forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rose Marin? Sorry, Ms. Rose Marin, yes. Okay. I thought I saw you waiting, but that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Ada. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Arthur Doyle, Precinct 7 member. I rise to support Article 31 as a member of Milton's Conservation Commission. As background, I was first appointed in 1969, along with Bob Oldfield, upon the recommendation of John Cronin, then Milton's executive secretary. I was later reappointed when transferred back to New England following corporate assignments elsewhere in the country. We will soon hear from Attorney John Kiernan, chair of Milton's Conservation Commission for over a quarter century, a conservation leader who is widely regarded statewide as an exacting and trusted Conservation Commission Chair. Please attend to his words. Over time, there have been suggestions of alternative locations in the presence of what was mentioned in the Warrant Committee comment last Monday evening about limited municipally owned parcels. During 2 years as a member of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, which is jointly appointed by the Select Board and the Planning Board, I worked with former Assistant Town Planner Allison Quinn on the availability of land in Milton, municipal in any form or non-municipal, for potential affordable housing units. This research occurred independent of the School Building Committee site search, but with paralleling outcomes. Yes, Milton is faced simultaneously with compelling land, housing, and education forces, ones that merit some degree of elasticity on our part, particularly with the prospect of increasing external pressures on our town. When my environmental colleague, Pete Jackson, suggested meeting to explore site possibilities, I shared the MPIC experience, with Pete then asking if the approximately 6-acre Animal Rescue League of Boston parcel in back of Randolph Avenue near Chickatawbut Road had been considered. Unlike the additional 18 acres along Randolph Avenue amended to the article last Thursday evening, this parcel is not landlocked. With Allison having taken a position with the City of Boston, it was double-checked, finding that the deed explicitly granted the property to the Animal Rescue League in perpetuity. As with the School Building Committee's follow-up on the Font Pond possibility, to the best of my knowledge, any other parcels brought forward were explored in depth. Some years ago, my wife and I conveyed to conservation land we owned in another Massachusetts community. The legal element to that very precise process did not allow for any possible ambiguities. It also included a thorough valuation employing multiple measures, a process that relied only upon documentable sources and did not allow for any conjecturing of value by either party. You have been very patient during this long but important series of evenings, so I'll now return to my original ask that we support Article 31. This ask is straightforward, that we vote for this article so the process outlined last Monday evening can be followed to completion in order that we, as a community, receive the determination of the Massachusetts Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, along with any other federal or state determinations that may be needed. We owe it to our community to have those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'll go to Ms. Rose Marin next. Is that right? And then we'll go to the two members in front. I'm sorry, I don't know your names yet. Then Ms. Agostino, Mr. O'Neill, and Mr. Collins, and we'll wrap. So Ms. Rose Marin, you're recognized. I didn't understand. So I saw you waiting, Mr. Cuccello, you, and Ms. Oldfield, you as well. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ada Rosemarin, Precinct 2, Town Meeting Member. I also rise in support of Article 31 and the land swap to begin planning for a much-needed new school. As you might know, I was proud to serve on the Milton School Committee from 2017 to 23, and recently retired as Bao Chu and Mark Loring were elected to join the committee. I was chair of the Facilities Advisory Committee that preceded the creation of the School Building Committee, and I was a member of the School Building Committee from 2019 to 22. Sean O'Rourke and I worked with Milton Access TV to film the video about overcrowding that you saw on Thursday night. We recently walked through the schools again, this time with Elaine Carroll from the Milton Times, to update the community about the overcrowding and how our schools have been addressing it. Each time I've gone back to look at the overcrowding, it has taken my breath away. Simply stated, it has gone from bad to worse. We continue to cannibalize our beautiful buildings to create the spaces our staff and students need to teach and to learn. As you saw in the video, our leadership team and staff have been heroes in managing our schools under these very challenging circumstances. We are working hard to show all our Milton Public Schools staff the town's commitment to providing appropriate school buildings to accommodate our overcrowding, specialized spaces to provide for students with disabilities, and the restoration of our schools as wonderful places that our children deserve. 20 years ago, the community came together to build and renovate all 6 of our school buildings. Compromises were made then, as they are now. Everyone in town is proud of that investment in our community. Our property values reflect that pride. We have managed to retain strong property values due to our beautiful town, proximity to Boston and the Blue Hills, and our outstanding schools. My kids are all grown, and even though I now qualify for Medicare, my husband and I continue to believe in doing what's right for Milton's children and investing in our community. Please join me in voting yes on Article 31. Let's come together once again for the greater good and leave a great legacy for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Oldfield.
Hi, I'm Maggie Oldfield. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 5, and I'm a planning board member. I want to acknowledge the words of a school committee member at our special town meeting about intimidation, as I am feeling what she said she felt. I am wondering why we as a community have not listened to her suggestions to stop the intimidation tactics that are continuing, especially around this topic. I hope we can move forward in a more respectful manner and work together to find solutions. I am proud to be one of the many multi-generational families here in Milton. I proudly say that my children are the 3rd generation of my family, not only to have attended Milton Public Schools, but actually are alumni of Milton High School. Back in 1977, my father, Bob Oldfield, was on the Tucker School Building Committee. We needed additional space desperately. He was one of the many voices who advocated to town meeting.
Ms. Oldfield, could you stand a little closer to the mic? Thank you.
He was one of the many voices who advocated to town meeting to fund the addition. I spent my 2nd grade year at the Temple while the work was completed. We thought we were so special having such a unique school year outside of Tucker. And when the project was completed, we celebrated our return to Blue Hill Parkway with a visit from Lenny from Sha-Na-Na. Only a year later, in 1978, my father, with his fellow Conservation Commission members, worked with the Lamb sisters on an agreement that would put their family land into protection forever. The agreement and the deed that Amy and Rosamond Land signed on December 14, 1978, specifically states that the property is conveyed subject to the following conditions. We have heard them before, but I'm going to repeat them again. 1, no building or other structures shall be erected on the parcel. 2, no filling or regrading shall be permitted at the parcel. And 3, the grantee shall maintain the parcel in its natural condition, shall prune the trees, and shall maintain the shrubs indigenous to the area. In part, I feel like we probably have neglected that part with some of the invasive species. This deed expressly states the wishes of the Lamb sisters. Article 31 tonight is undoing all the hard work and preservation efforts of not only my family, but those of others. The generations of Milton residents who came before us were ahead of their time. Not only did they have the foresight to protect land against climate change for the next generation and the next, they also were providing affordable housing opportunities for our residents. We need to respect and honor their vision and commitment to all of us and to our children. Article 31 is about the land. We should only be focused on the land, which has become lost in the process. Open space and decades-old trees are irreplaceable. We should also be focusing on the families that abut this land, the neighborhoods that will be impacted, like Blue Hill Parkway and Pine Tree Brook, but especially the seniors at Home Inc. I think many have forgotten that we are living in their homes where these families have once lived. The Edwards family on Holmes Lane have cheered for their sons as they played basketball at the high school. The Murphys lived on Barton's Lane, where they allowed all of us to hang in their basement playing ping pong, where they stocked their fridge for snacks for all of us. And to the Tagneys of Sias Lane, who cooked us breakfast after our senior prom and a night of shenanigans.
Ms. Oldfield, about a minute left.
I have attended multiple board meetings and have heard that the town is working with the state. Since no one has provided any information or meeting minutes as to what the discussions have been, I reached out to the state myself. The representative I talked to told me that the Executive Office of Environmental and Energy Affairs does not chart the course for communities and land issues. They are neither for or opposed to any particular plan at this point in the process. It is not their role to get caught up in the local dialogue, as they respect the local process. It's up to the community to figure out their own process. He said the role of EEA is to evaluate the community's plans once it falls on their desk in some future point in time. Their job is to ensure that they protect the land and to ensure that there is sufficient replacement land if a community proposes to take land out of Article 97. Their obligation is to the environment and not to the town.
Ma'am, if you could wrap up.
He confirmed that the representative from the state and the town met and they discussed the 41 acres of Pope's Pond. EEA encouraged the town to fix the process error of Pope's Pond that happened unknowingly back in 1963. The state is very enthusiastic about getting the situation corrected. He said the intent of town meeting back then needs to be completed. He continued to say that EEA, the town made it clear that Pope's Pond was not part of the proposed land swap, and his colleagues would be surprised to learn that the land at Pope's Pond is in this Article 31 because they thought it was unrelated.
Ma'am, if you could wrap up,
Because of all
please.
this confusion and lack of transparency surrounding all the parcels of land, I'll be voting no, and I ask all of
Excuse me,
you
folks.
to vote no as well. It was asked the other night by Mr. McGetrick, what would Nathaniel Thayer Kidder do? I asked the same question tonight. What would Amy and Rosamund Lamb do today?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Folks, I let two proponents go to 6 minutes, so I'm watching the time, trying to be balanced, but thank you. Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Good evening, Peter Oversheimer, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. Louder? How's that? All right, here we go. I'm a practicing attorney. I like to tell people that. I'm also a father of a 4-year-old at Cunningham Preschool. I like to tell people that even more. I appreciate the lengthy debate, and I'll try to shorten my comments. As we weigh the competing interests raised, the question that I've continually asked myself as I've learned about this issue and learned more about the issue is, do we have the right people working on this issue, and have they been working diligently? And here's what I concluded. Town meeting voted to establish the school building committee in February 19 to address the issue we're still talking about tonight. So town meeting has had notice of these conditions our children is facing since no later than 2019. What followed was the methodical appointment of a qualified team. Most members were appointed by Town Moderator Hiss. This is a team of engineers, construction managers and directors, project managers, an architect, a corporate attorney, and business and educational professionals. And they've done the job since the appointment. The committee members have done exactly what they've been asked to do, and they've worked tirelessly. Early on, they toured the schools, and they met with former leaders from the community who led similar site acquisition projects. Their site selection process was thorough. We've heard much about it. including, among other factors, issuing an RFP seeking a parcel for purchase or to lease land, reviewing over 100 town parcels in total, investigating other options, including adding on to existing schools, which would not provide a comprehensive solution to address the entire district-wide issues and would strain our existing schools. They've worked diligently to select and refine the Gile Road project, including working diligently to accommodate concerns from neighbors, incorporate feedback from DCR Forestry and EOEEA. The schools are the heart of this town, and we've had knowledge since at least 2019, but really much before that, that heart needs our help. While this is a decision that weighs important competing interests, the reason we set up this methodical process that I talked about before is to provide confidence when it comes time to make these decisions and not be distracted by every new idea that comes up year to year. Or else doing so would risk the development of our children who rely voicelessly on us to make smart decisions and to do the right thing for them. Perfection can be the enemy of progress, and time is of the essence. If this project proceeds responsibly as planned, time projections show that my son and his peers of years surrounding them will benefit directly from this project. If it's derailed, they won't. Simple as that. They will inherit the problems in the school, and the next round of preschool parents will need to find a solution, now deepened after having the can kicked further down the road. Taking into account the diligence and the qualifications of the committee and the harm from further delay, I urge you to vote yes in favor of Article 31. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Coachella.
Okay, thank you. My name is Roxanne Musto. I'm a member of the Select Board and Board of Health, but I'm also a town meeting member from Precinct 5, and I come to you tonight as a town meeting member of Precinct 5 and a resident of this town. First, I want to say good evening to everyone. I know it's been a long night, but a lot of important things to talk about. I'd like to start to first take the opportunity to welcome our newly elected town officials and town meeting members. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work, time, and dedication by all members of the Warrant Committee. As a former member myself, I understand and appreciate their efforts and commitment. Many of you already know that I grew up in town and attended the Milton Public Schools. My children also attended the public schools, Tucker, Pierce, and Milton High School. And I won't tell you what year I graduated, you'll just have to figure that one out. They were fortunate to have really awesome teachers who helped to educate and inspire them. I've always been a supporter of the Milton Public Schools, whether it was a member of the Milton Foundation for Education, member of the MPACE committee, which was bringing cultural arts and music to the public schools, as a founding member of the outdoor classrooms at all of the public schools, or as a member of the Tucker PTO board. There I served on several subcommittees. I worked with former principal Dr. Mason, that some of you may remember, to pick out the playground equipment when Tucker was renovated. I've always supported the school budget and previous overrides. I did all of these things because I care about their students and their educational environment. There are countless other ways that our family has given back and supported these schools, but this article before us is not about me or my family. This article is about what is ethical and what is right. Children should never be used as shields to support a bad, unethical position. I initially was not going to speak before this body, but I felt that I really must at this point. It saddens me to say that town meeting members were targeted if they were going to vote no. They were told to change their vote to yes or to abstain. And if they were business owners, they were told that their businesses would suffer and be boycotted. This type of behavior should not be tolerated nor accepted in Milton. This is not the way to build consensus in community. This is the way to destroy it. When we all have worked together in the past for supporting the renovation of all of our schools, there was community support. When we came together for supporting new fire stations, there was community support. What type of a town do we want to be? What message do we want to send our children? Do we want to be a role model for our children? Do we want to be a town that accepts bullying to get what we want? Do we want to be a town that's okay with dishonoring prior agreements? Do we want to be a town that has total disregard for seniors and neighbors? Do we want to show our children that it's okay to get what you want at any cost and destroy those in your path in the process? At the end of the day, this article is bad precedent. Dishonoring an agreement to keep open conservation land in its natural state is unethical and wrong. Will others consider leaving land to conservation in this town? This land will surely be tied up in litigation for years while our kids suffer. We can work together for a better solution for both the kids and the community while respecting open space conservation land, prior agreements, and our neighbors. This is not that solution. I urge a no vote on this article because I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Liz Dillon. Again, I'm from Precinct 6. I'm short. My comments are going to be shorter. So somebody had 2.5 minutes. I'm going to beat it. So the proudest thing I've ever done is run for and be elected to town meeting. I mean it. It's so important to me. You have no idea how happy I am to be here. And I've listened to every single person talk with such interest. And I really appreciate everybody for volunteering their time to be here today. I was proud to take my children, Randall, who's 5, and Elaine, who's 2, with me campaigning door to door. And I'm very happy that my parents, who some of you may have met earlier, they were here the first night to watch me get sworn in, as were my children. I was so happy for them to be here too. The hallmark of a great democracy is this kind of participation, and that's why I'm so proud to be here. A hallmark of a great democracy is also checks and balances. We heard a lot of discussion about some of the checks and balances that we're going to see along the way in this process, and we know it's going to be lengthy. There's going to be the check and balance of the town meeting vote here tonight, which has been lengthy. We're going to see the checks and balances of the legislature, of the administrative agency, possibly the federal government. We might have to go back here to town meeting for design approvals and appropriations. If anybody is confused after this lengthy discussion, if anybody still needs more information, please, by all means, I think it's very important that everybody be fully informed. But please, please, for my children, for yours, for the future of our town, don't kill the vote now. Vote yes for the land swap. We don't need to do anything today. It's just allowing the process to move forward. And there will be many, many chances before there's litigation, which may or may not occur. There will be many chances before we have to go before the administrative agency. And if they say no, we can come back. We can decide a new plan. There are many, many steps along the way. Please don't kill it now. Thank you. I think I was over 2.5 minutes, but that's okay. Thank you.
No. I had 2:05. You did great. Mr. Cocello, yes.
Thank you very much. Anthony Cicchello, town meeting member from Precinct 4. 25 years ago, this town meeting formed a school building committee to address the crisis in all of our schools. We had an enormous problem. Over the next 10 years, a school building committee, with the support and repeated involvement of this committee and so many other committees and constituencies in town, built or rebuilt all 6 schools in our town. We spent $152 million doing that. The town share was about $30 million. That is a deal of a lifetime. We will never get that deal again. But we now have a problem again. But sitting here tonight and in the last several days, I'm just amazed at some of the parallels of the discussions that we had 20, 25 years ago during that first process. 23 years ago, before Mr. Hiss was moderator, I gave an obscenely long presentation to town meeting about how our school buildings were crowded, crumbling, and obsolete. They are no longer crumbling or obsolete, but they are overcrowded. The pictures that you saw here and the things that you heard described here could have been the same pictures that I was showing last year, except the classrooms looked a lot better, even though they were phenomenally overcrowded. You have students in closets, libraries chopped up into spaces. All sorts of these conditions were the same type of thing that we were dealing with before. And we heard the same kinds of things saying, it's not that bad. I had 45 kids in my class when I was a kid. But this is a problem, and we can't deny it. So that was one parallel that we saw. Well, what was another parallel that we saw? At every building that we built, every site that we built, the neighbors were really worried. We were going to be doing a lot of construction work. We were going to be adding on, and we were going to have children playing outside. And everybody, neighbors were concerned. They were concerned about what their life was going to be like, what the effects of this project were going to be, and they were worried about their property values. So what happened? I tell you what happened. Parallel number 3. This thing that happens every time we do a big project like this. The committee that's sponsoring it goes out and talks to all the constituencies. And they have people talking to them. They have people yelling at them. They have people that are really worried about what's going to happen in their life. Often, they're way more worried than it turns out they need to be. But what happens is a process of compromise, and the project gets better. Some ways it may not be perfect, but the project gets better and compromise works. And I tell you that compromise process starts at day 1 and it doesn't finish until after the schools are built. So that's another parallel that we have in this process.
You got about a minute, Mr. Cuccello.
Okay, I'm going to try to wrap up here. I used to be able to read without my glasses. So one of the other parallels we had was concerns about the fact that we were going to build these enormous new school buildings and we wouldn't have any students in them. We've heard a lot about the NESDEC projections and some of the concerns about them. I think those have been borne out in what we've seen over the last few years in the process. A next parallel we had was environmental concerns. Initially, our project was going to have a school building up on Town Farm, and that was going to be an environmental issue and concern for many people. So in the end, that didn't happen. I will tell you, if we had done that, we would have 250 more seats at the elementary school level and a lot smaller problem right now. But we didn't do that. And by the way, that property that was going to remain in pristine shape has now been sold in their multi-million-dollar homes in that community now.
If you could wrap up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me just wrap up.
We're just like in the same wavelength here, aren't we? It's amazing.
No process, no project is ever going to be perfect. There are always going to be things you don't know, risks that you take, and items that we just won't know until the end of the process. I think at some point, this is really the only project that we have. People have made all sorts of suggestions, just like they did 25 years ago, about a lot of different ideas that look great until you look a little closer. I think this is the project we have. It's the project we need to go with, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman in the suit, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Sir, do you wish to speak? Yes, you.
Good evening. My name is John Kiernan. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 6. I'm chair of the Conservation Commission. And I've enjoyed the debate. I salute you for your patience. And I also salute all of the presenters and the speakers, because all of them were articulate, sensitive, passionate, and motivated by the public interest. What appears to be before this body coming up for a vote are competing public goals. So the question is whether or not we can achieve both of these goals, and my strong suggestion is, yes, we can. We can achieve both goals, preserving the conservation and environmental justice goals that we have, and supporting the schools in a much-needed new school. What I would like to explain to you is how the Conservation Commission got to their support of these articles. The vote was 5-1, but there is strong support, and I'd like to give you the reason and the mechanism that we used to get there. And the mechanism is simple. It's balance. What we did is we balanced the public interest. And we have actually we have a regulation that I'd like to show to you. That this regulation, the Town of Milton regulation for the Conservation Commission. And inherent in this section 9 that's behind me is a mandate that we actually balance the public interests. Now, I'll get to that in a minute, because I'd like to talk about the balance that's been achieved really by Mr. O'Rourke and the School Building Committee. A year ago, there was a proposal to exchange 6.8 acres for approximately 15 acres. That came to the Conservation Commission. That was going to be before this body. It was withdrawn because the School Building Committee felt that a better balance could be achieved. So they reached out for the neighbors. They reached out to the town boards, the Parks Department, the Conservation Commission, the Select Board, the School Committee. They reached out to everybody to achieve a better balance. And the better balance you have seen here tonight. And what it results in is a trade of 2.8 acres of conservation land for 75 acres of open space. Now, let me tell you about the Conservation Commission and what our mandate is. Our mandate is to protect, preserve, and enhance our natural resources. And that's exactly what we do. And in pursuing that goal, we looked at how do we do that? And in the last decade or two, the entire world is now focused on climate change. We are focused on climate change. The town is focused on it. The Commonwealth, the United States, the world is focused on climate change now. And to do that, we have now increased our focus and our priority on open space. To save the planet, to save Milton, to maintain the character of our town, we need to preserve open space. And the balance that was achieved by the School Building Committee does just that. Imagine 2.8 acres in exchange for 75 acres. That's a Conservation Commission's dream. That no matter how you measure that, we've heard appraisals, we've heard ecological, we've heard fair market value. No matter what metric you use, what measure of unit you use, that is a good deal for conservationists. That is a victory. And at the same time, it's a victory for the school department and the children and our children's children. So we can achieve both of these goals with a yes vote. It's that simple. Everybody wins. And one of the prior speakers said, this is not a zero-sum game. It's not. These are not mutually exclusive goals. We, as a town meeting, we can achieve this goal by voting yes.
Mr. Kiernan, about a minute. Okay.
Thank you. There's one other point. 75 acres of open space, a new school building, and cost savings to the taxpayer. Because land for land does not show up on your tax bill. That's a cost saving, and it's right there. If you can read that, that's one of the criteria that we use in our balance to determine, can these mutual goals be achieved and at the same time save costs? The answer is yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'll go to Ms. Agostino, Mr. O'Neill, and then Mr. Collins. And Ms. Agostino, are you recognized?
Thank you, Is that working?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd like to ask you a procedural question that I know you'll have the answer to.
Okay.
This question requires a two-third vote.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, some articles cannot come back to a town meeting. I can't remember what particular type, but I just want to be sure, should this article not obtain a two-thirds vote, the select board would not be restricted in any way from bringing this back at any time. Is that correct?
Interesting question. That's a planning board zoning article. So this could not come back for 2 years, is that? No, no, this could come back, right? That applies to zoning and planning board. This is not one of those. So if this fails, it could come back in less than 2 years.
Okay. It could come back even this year. Right?
That would be less than 2 years, yes.
Thank you so much.
We try to serve. So.
Thank you very much. Today, I listened to a very wise person teaching a group of teenagers. He had 3 major points he wanted them to remember in life. And the second one, as I sat there, really jumped out at me because he discussed our schools. And that within these walls, where we all sit in our school, civility and learning are paramount to what should occur in them. So, as it's been raised before, civility is really important, not just within the school, but in our neighborhoods, in how we talk to people on the phone when we want to try to discuss it, one of these topics, or however we run into people, we have to remember civility. And learning, I generally never decide on my vote, honest to God, until I've heard everyone speak. I'm always very interested. I guess I'm obsessed with learning. Unfortunately, the sad truth is always through the process, we learn the truth. The truth comes out through the process. We've heard that the EEA, the Executive Office of Engineering and Environmental Affairs, I believe is the exact title, and the briefer title might be EEA when you read through their article. They did confirm, in fact, I wasn't one of the ones that called, but they said, a lot of Milton people have been calling, that of the 70 acres presented, the Pope's Pond would not be allowed because it was already processed through one of our prior town meetings, and that the town officials have to just finalize the documentation. So I'm not here to tell you, this is terrible. I'm just here to tell you that we really should consider what we want to do, and that it doesn't mean this can't come back again. I also want to point out that there were meetings, and it wasn't anything that might have needed to be posted, but from what I've learned, the head of the select board, the head of the Conservation Commission, the town administrator, the head of the school building committee all met with EEA, and EEA does not tell people which plots of land to use. Once they get the application, that's quite a process. That's where they really dig into it. But with their eyes, when they came and saw Lamb's Woods, they could see that this is incomparable to some of the other wetland, swampland, because this is true conservation land. And I never considered myself to be an environmentalist, but as another town meeting member did last Saturday, after trudging through the Guilefield Road with the Conservation Commission, I walked over to the Lamb Woods, but I entered it to speak to the Home Inc. people first. And sitting on their deck, there is no one who can deny that a school playground, a parking lot that's very close to the football field, and would probably be used to get to the football field, no one can deny that the current birds singing in the woods. Like I said, I'm not one of those environmentalists necessary, but the peace and quiet, and to hear and feel the stress that these elderly former teachers, most of them, many of the ones I know were former teachers, they've given their lives to the children, that their peace and quiet would be destroyed. I actually parked at the unit that's been empty for 6 months. So once a unit is empty for 6 months, the funds have to go back to the family, the Benny, or the people that moved out, and those funds needed to be replenished by the new people moving in.
Ma'am, if you could start to wrap
sure,
up.
Sure. So it's not a, oh, that would never happen, that Home Inc. would never have any trouble, because they certainly would. I don't want to see a school override campaign crash with a GoFundMe page, a GoFundMe group for Home Inc. That's going to defeat the whole purpose of what we're here for, which is to bring children and elderly what they need. A 2/3 vote is needed to pass the article, but a 1/3 vote may be just what will force town officials to find a solution to bring Milton together, not tear us apart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Milton. Dan O'Neill, Precinct 9, town meeting member. A lot of talk has been going on about these issues that present this land swap, but very few people here have actually spoken about the cost and what it's going to actually cost. Sean Fahey and Sean O'Rourke touched upon it very briefly. I worked about 25 years investigating public construction projects in Massachusetts and the Metro Boston area. I can tell you, Sean, that $87 million that you propose, and even with the 7 years that could possibly go on, you're looking at a school building that's going to cost about $150 million when it's all said and done. And who's going to bear that brunt? Who's going to pay for that? Well, everybody here who owns a piece of property is going to pay for it. So it's also going to be dictated by the interest rates, the cost of inflation, the borrowing based on what we are going to have to pay for this is going to be an averaged assessed single-family home in Milton that averages $750,000. The Milton taxpayers will expect to pay an estimated $475 in additional property taxes a year. That does not include, like I just said, the operational budget, the cost overruns, the supply chain issues, and the inflation, which will explode this building. How come nobody's discussing this? Why? Because this new school will price out the average young couple who's trying to move here for, ironically, the schools. It's going to force our senior citizens to sell their homes and move out of Milton. Is this what the Committee on Justice for All so passionately advocated for equity and affordable housing? I don't think so. So what is being talked about here, and my fellow town meeting member touched upon it, is traffic. Do you know how many construction projects are planned off of Canton Avenue in Highland that's going on right now? Winter Valley is looking to expand. There's a new 40B construction development that's being planned right at Winter Valley's location, just a few doors down. There's a 78-unit memory healthcare facility that is being constructed or is being proposed to be constructed off of Highland. Throw into a mix a new school, and good luck trying to get out of your driveway in the morning or come home from work at night. So I'm not going to rehash everybody's talking points. There's been great debate on both sides. I'm proud to be a part of it. But what I find ironic is that if this school is built, it will probably be mandated that it be a green structure with zero net emissions. Building a green building in decimated conservation land speaks volumes of where we are here tonight. For those reasons, I ask you to vote no on the land swap. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Webster Collins. If you go back to your 1978 warrant, you will see the name Webster Collins on the warrant. I was on the warrant committee, was involved in writing the warrant. I didn't meet directly with the Lambs, but through Marvin Gordon. We had instant feedback as to what was going on here in the town. I am here tonight, in effect, because the legal counsel for Home Inc. couldn't make it, to provide their thinking and summarize their thinking on what this situation is. I want to be very clear. We are dealing with interests. Those are key words. The interests here are property rights. The property rights are under the control of law. I have with me the McGregor, Laguerre, and Stevens legal opinion, and I will read just briefly what the law says on this, right out of the legal opinion. The selectmen of a town may purchase or take by eminent domain under Chapter 79 any land, easement, or right therein within the city or town not already in appropriate public use. The public use clause governs here. What we are seeing, in my opinion, I'm not saying that for anyone else's opinion, I believe that this is illegal action, and I think that there's great risk here moving forward at the way that we are going at about it now. I think I should close off my comments because that basically summarizes where we're at. We're dealing with interests. The interests are controlled by law, and where there's an almost automatic lawsuit that the town, by its actions, was going to be getting into, and that doesn't make sense. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we've had 75 speakers over 2 nights. I think it's a personal best. Yes, Mr. Zulus? Pardon me? Yes, you have to just, yeah. So we will now, by the way, you've heard from the warrant committee when they decided not to go support the motion to amend. You've heard from the select board when they decided to put the motion to amend out. We've heard from 75 members. This is now a 2/3 vote. So if everyone has their clickers ready. So, sorry, would you like to speak now? I misunderstood. I thought you wanted to speak. Okay, please, now. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mike Zulus, Precinct 3 Town Meeting Member, Chair of the Select Board. I'd like to say... You spoke. I'm sorry. So I'd like to say something...
Well, if Mr. Tangi, we're just hearing from the submitting authority here, just wrapping us up.
Sorry, but didn't he speak at the beginning of all this?
Yes, he did speak at the beginning. And so our rules are you can't speak until everyone else has spoken. So now everyone else has spoken. And so I'm allowing the chair of the select board, the submitting authority of the article and the amendment before us to just give us 2 minutes. So 2 minutes, Mr. Zulus?
2 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, everyone. We've heard tonight about the yes vote and the legacy of the yes vote in favor of building the schools 20 years ago. That was their legacy, and now it's our turn. What will be our legacy? What will the residents of Milton for the next 20 or 30 years say about what we did here tonight? If we decide not to move forward, it will likely be a decade or more before we get a school built in this town. If that happens, we'll have nearly a generation of Milton children burdened by overcrowding in our schools. That won't be good for the kids, it won't be good for our property values, and it won't be good for our quality of life. Now there is, as we've all seen, there is no easy answer here, there's no panacea, but this is a good proposal. You've seen from the facts that by moving forward with this project in this way, that we are upholding the written agreement, the written commitment that we made to keep this land in conservation unless we voted tonight to take it out. And this document has been on the website, town moderator's website. This is the agreement from 1978. This proposal and the way we're doing this honors this town's commitment from 1978. To our friends at Home Inc., I think you know that particularly in the last year, short of shelving this project, we've done everything we could to try to make this work for you. Much of the effort over the last year has been an effort to try to make this work for Home Inc. Last fall and winter, when the Fontbonne opportunity came up, and we worked hard to try to make that work, you were our biggest cheerleaders. And I hope you know that if this passes tonight, we're going to continue to try to make this work in the best way possible for Home Inc. Now, when this school building committee started 4 years ago, it was about solving the overcrowding problem in the schools. But over the last year in particular, it's become more than a project about the schools. It's become a conservation project. As Mr. Kiernan pointed out, 75 acres into conservation. 2/3 of the land that the Lambs sold, the pristine part, the part with the impressive trees, that remains untouched. For the town meeting member who asked about, well, how can we be assured that you won't take that land away? The only way to do that is through a land swap, and there isn't any more land to swap. So this is a proposal that's about more than the schools. It's a proposal that's about the whole town. That seems clear from the discussion. This is not a proposal that gives everything to someone. This is a proposal that gives something to everyone. Tonight, your vote collectively and individually will make the difference. Your vote tonight will reverberate across this town. Your vote tonight will reverberate across the decades, the next 2 to 3 decades, for Milton residents and parents and children.
It's about a minute left, Mr. Zulus.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We ask you to vote yes for the future of our town. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, we always go to the warrant committee last, so warrant committee last.
I'll be brief, for it is time. The Warrants Committee recommendation is a no vote. I see my role here as the warrant committee chairman to explain our position and not to advocate. There's been plenty of advocacy. So I'd like to sum up and let's get to what's important here. Our no vote is out of our concern that there is serious risk here, that when we look back, and it won't take 20 years, we will say, what a mistake. It won't take 20 years for us to get there. Our concern, after having looked at all this that we looked at this. Modular was new to us. We didn't really get into modular. We looked at all this. We sweated it out. This was a day at the beach for us. This town meeting was easy compared to what we've gone through. We looked at it all. We weighed the pros and cons. We've rendered unto the town, as is our duty and our obligation, our recommendation. Our recommendation is no, with the warning, beware. Thank you.
Okay, everyone have clickers ready? And then you get to go home. So I hope. I hope. If we could, Mr. Mallett, open up the poll. Again, 2/3 vote. All in favor of the motion before the body to approve the article as amended, please signify by pressing 1. Do you have a, hold on, Rob, could you pause without displaying? Do you have a bad device? Any other, did you get a red, no, anyone else get a red light when they pressed? Okay, we'll pause to get this right. Any other red devices? Please see Mr. Mallett, stage left.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, sir.
May I please request a voice vote instead of doing this?
Well, the reason is we did implement a rule. We suspended our normal rules and implemented this. Mr. Mallett's fairly quickly. He's probably just checking your channels, and then we'll get through this. So.
If you're checking right now, the poll's closed. You're going to get a red light right now. Yeah.
Ah.
So if you got a red light when the poll was up, yes, you should come up. But if you're checking right now, it's going to be red.
No way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll revote. We've tuned up a couple clickers. If we could put the screen back up, Karen. Okay, I'll state the words. All in favor of Article 31 as amended, please signify by pressing 1 for yes, 2 for no, 3 for abstain. Requires a 2/3 vote. Hey, Rob, you stopped it? Okay, who has a red light? Mr. Mallett? Tell me when you're ready without opening. We haven't displayed the screen yet. Can you change the screen? Hang on a sec, Rob. I have a town clerk has a question. Okay, everybody ready? We're going to revote. 1 for approve, yes. 2 for no, 3 for abstain on Article 31. And we'll open the poll. Hang on, we'll get the numbers. I declare a 2/3 vote. Is there a motion to adjourn? Is there a second? We are adjourned. Thank you very much.